The Bureau just held its sixth session. Now, the Bureau of the Committee held its sixth meeting today. During this meeting, the Bureau reviewed the progress of work, and I record that the committee had only examined 5 reports of properties under item 7B, and that we have to examine 7 of them today, and come back to Borobudur as soon as the text prepared by the drafting group, which was established yesterday, is available on both languages. We will therefore start today's session with 3 sites from Asia Pacific due to time zone differences. 7B, 76, Chuan An. 7B, 90, Great Barrier Reef. 7B, 91, the Sundarbans. We will then resume the normal order as follows. 7B, 77, Arid region, which couldn't be examined yesterday. 7B, 79, W. Ale Pendjari Complex. 7B, 109, volcanoes of Kamchatka. 7B, 110, Western Caucasus. This is a very heavy agenda for today. And as we are running late, the Secretariat has kindly consulted the interpreters. And I would like to suggest that we have a prolonged session today by 1 hour until 4:30 p.m. Paris time, if necessary. It is also proposed that there's no budget working group today, but tomorrow instead, at the usual time. If there are no objections, we will proceed this way. Okay, thank you. Lastly, the Bureau heard a progress report from the chairperson of the working group on the budget, Ms. Zoya Kriskaya. Dear colleagues, as I did during the Bureau meeting, I would also like to clarify that there was no intention yesterday to prevent any of you from taking the floor during the debate, but rather to invite you in the interest of time to reduce as much as possible the interventions in case those are only to fully support an amendment during the debate. Obviously, in the spirit of the convention and its intergovernmental nature, dialogue and debate are essential. All committee member delegations are, of course, most welcome to also express themselves and take the floor during the adoption of the draft decision. However, as you all know, we are running late and we can't extend the session beyond 31st July. I may therefore, at some point, need to restrict the speaking time as follows. State party observers to 2 minutes, other observers to 1 minute, depending on the advancement of our work. I thank you in advance for your understanding and cooperation. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, we will now resume our work on item 7B. Before we examine the properties located in the Asia-Pacific region, I'd like to give the floor to the observer delegation of Turkey, who couldn't take the floor yesterday at the closing of our meeting, as we didn't have sufficient time and interpretation any longer. Excellency, you have the floor. Or unmute your microphone, Excellency.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding historic areas of Istanbul, we believe that the paragraphs 10, 11, and 12 of the decision do not reflect the factual situation and outcome of the advisory missions concerning the mosques of Hagia Sophia and Kora. Firstly, according to paragraph 172 of the operational guidelines, prior notification to the World Heritage Center is necessary when there is a major restoration or new construction which may affect the OUV of the property. Since neither major restoration nor new construction was foreseen in the context of change of states of Hagia Sophia and Kora, lack of dialogue cannot be regarded as a source of regret. Secondly, conclusions of the two reports of the advisory missions led by Mr. Bushnaki, Special Advisor of the Director General, state that change of status does not have a negative impact on the OUV. Therefore, the wording grave concern is extremely aggressive, and such misuse of terminology lies at the core of the increasing problems we face in the context of the 1972 Convention. After all, it was Turkey that invited the two UNESCO advisory missions. They took place with full cooperation of Turkish authorities. All relevant stakeholders in Turkey found the opportunity to share their views with Mr. Bushnaki. Thus, a reason for calling on the state party is not sustainable. Paragraph 12 fails to recognize the fact that there is already an existing and close cooperation and engagement with UNESCO. All the more, both advisory mission reports have been made available for committee members only on the 16th of July. Let alone the lack of transparency, the decision does not coincide with the outcome of the reports. It is because of these reasons, which clearly show the degree of politicization, that Turkey has decided to dissociate itself from paragraphs 10, 11, and 12. We strongly urge the Secretariat to clearly reflect our position vis-à-vis the decision in the summary reports and put a footnote on the decision about Turkey's dissociation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and the Secretariat will take note of what you said. So, Greece, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor and allow me to congratulate you for your wise chairmanship. Mr. Chair, feelings of deep disappointment to the world community were provoked by the unilateral decision last year by a state party to the convention to change the status and the use of Hagia Sophia and Kora Museum and to turn them into mosques without any prior notification to UNESCO, despite explicit and repetitive requests made by UNESCO in reference to paragraphs 172 and 174 of the 1972 Convention's operational guidelines. Mr. Chair, as we are all aware, Hagia Sophia and Kora museums are two monuments inscribed on UNESCO's World Heritage List since 1985. The seriousness of these developments is reflected upon the reactions of the international community, including UNESCO and the competent international governmental and non-governmental organizations that immediately expressed concern, including the risk that this change of use may adversely affect their OUV. Mr. Chair, the decision adopted unanimously yesterday conveys the message of unity and presents a balance between facts and obligations deriving from this convention. It is a message of responsibility, of peaceful interfaith and intercultural coexistence and inclusiveness that should be transmitted to the world as an example of the responsible role of this committee and of the proper functioning of this convention. Finally, Mr. Chair, we firmly believe that no one should use for political or other purposes monuments that transmit an image of universality and peace in the modern world. Thank Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Panama, please. You have 1 minute intervention.
Gracias, señor presidente, por darme la palabra nuevamente. Felicito y agradezco a la República Popular China por su excelente organización de esta sesión extendida del Comité de Patrimonio Mundial. Panamá reitera su firme compromiso hacia la adecuada implementación de la Convención de Patrimonio Mundial en el sitio arqueológico de Panamá Viejo y Distrito Histórico de Panamá. Nos complace hacer de conocimiento del Comité que Panamá se halla en el proceso de planificación de una normativa nacional para la aplicación de los estudios de impacto patrimonial. Este instrumento de planificación reforzará el enfoque de impacto patrimonial en todos los planes y programas que solicite al Comité para este patrimonio mundial. Aunque los efectos de la pandemia de la COVID-19 y los cierres de las cuarentenas, parte de las medidas sanitarias, han afectado la ejecución de los proyectos en los sitios y la economía local, el gobierno de Panamá, a través del Ministerio de Cultura, emprendió un programa de reactivación económica especial para el Distrito Histórico de Panamá, en coordinación con todos los actores y con la Oficina del Casco Antiguo de Panamá. De esta manera, el gobierno de Panamá reitera y subraya su firme compromiso para la conservación del patrimonio mundial bajo esta convención. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Cyprus, please. You have intervention, 1 minute.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je prends la parole à propos de l'un des monuments les plus emblématiques du patrimoine mondial, les musées et les monuments de Sainte-Sophie, inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial de l'UNESCO depuis 1985, sur la base de sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle. C'est un monument qui a un symbolisme unique, qui doit être protégé, soutenu et respecté. Chypre espère que tous les monuments et sites inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial soient respectés, conservés et protégés au profit des générations présentes et futures. La valeur de ces monuments et sites est universelle. Il est également devoir de la communauté internationale de coopérer pour leur protection. Chypre est particulièrement sensible à ces points compte tenu de ses propres expériences tragiques. C'est dans ce contexte que Chypre continue d'être préoccupée par la récente décision unilatérale et les actions consécutives du gouvernement turc concernant Sainte-Sophie, qui a été prise sans préavis au centre du patrimoine mondial. Des missions consultatives de l'UNESCO ont déjà eu lieu pour évaluer la situation et son impact potentiel sur la valeur universelle exceptionnelle des biens. En effet, le changement de statut de Sainte-Sophie et sa transformation en mosquée...
I have to interrupt you. It's the time limit.
Je finis juste un instant.
Yes, okay.
La Turquie doit revenir sur cette décision unilatérale préjudiciable, faire preuve de respect envers les normes internationales communes, mettre pleinement en œuvre les recommandations des missions de l'UNESCO afin que Sainte-Sophie et toutes les composantes de son histoire puissent continuer à être symbole de respect multireligieux. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Oh, thank you.
Indépendant.
Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je tiens à souligner que l'UNESCO est un forum à discuter de tous les sujets, même des sujets, comme on voit, dits sensibles. Il n'y a pas de problème à ouvrir un dialogue et ne pas confronter que des sentiments et les idées concernant certaines décisions politiques ou quelconques. Quand il s'agit des monuments, on parle des monuments, on parle calmement et on discute. Si on ne discute pas dans les forums, où est-ce qu'on le fait? Dans la rue? Donc, il n'y a pas de sujet interdit à la discussion, s'il vous plaît. C'est une remarque que j'avais à faire.
Thank you for your comment. As we have a very heavy agenda today, I will not give floor to other observers on this item. As indicated, We are now moving to 3 properties located in the Asia-Pacific region. For the first mixed property to be discussed today, Truong An Landscape Complex, Vietnam, we have received a request from the delegation of Thailand to open this report for discussion. I would like, therefore, now to invite the delegation to present to the committee the reason why it made such a request. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thailand would like to draw the committee's attention to the draft decision 44Com 7B.76 regarding the state of conservation of Truong An Landscape Complex of the State Party of Vietnam. As reflected in the proposed amendment, Thailand wishes to simply propose a slight change by removing some strong words which are, quote, with significant concerns, unquote, as appear in point 4, line 1, as well as, quote, strongly, unquote, as appear in point 4, line 2. We believe that visitation is currently not an issue under the current circumstances for Truong An, both in terms of capacity and in terms of negative impacts on the OUVs. The State Party of Vietnam has made significant progress on the conservation activities and promotion of values of the site and fully complies with the World Heritage Committee's recommendations and decision. We have also learned that the inscription has raised awareness of the local authorities and community about the 1972 convention. Therefore, Thailand is of the view that the decision of the committee should better reflect the actual situation. It should also recognize efforts made by concerned authorities and stakeholders in Vietnam to facilitate the effective conservation and management of the property. The proposed amendment would also constructively encourage the authorities and community to implement the unfinished necessary works recommended by the World Heritage Center and the advisory body. Thailand would like to request the committee to support the proposed amendment and would also like to request the State Party of Vietnam, upon permission of Mr. Chairperson at the appropriate time, to make further clarification. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now I'd like to invite Mrs. Nohayashi of the Asia Pacific of World Heritage Center and IUCN to respond to this comment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. As stated in the working document on the property, the World Heritage Center, IUCN, and ICOMOS jointly recognized steady progress achieved by the State Party and its active cooperation in recent years. In particular, the 2019 Joint World Heritage Center, IUCN ICOMOS Reactive Monitoring Mission recognized that the general condition of the property has improved. The State Party demonstrated the positive response and a strong step towards the necessary focus on the conservation and authentic interpretation of the values of the property by removing constructions judged inappropriate by the committee, including the replica movie set. The management plan covering the period 2021 to 2026 is in progress, and the State Party has firmly committed in conducting the requested carrying capacity studies. So we duly note the difficulties faced by the local populations due to the sharp decrease of tourism as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, considering that 3/4 of the inhabitants living in inscribed zone of Truong An earn their living via tourism services. Therefore, the World Heritage Center has no objection to the suggested amendment referring to the increase in number of tourists on the basis of shared understanding that this amendment does not alter the guidance provided by the decision of the committee that the proper planning and control of tourism remain an important challenge in the long term and hopefully in view of the recovery of the property and surrounding communities from the COVID situation. After published the working document, Mr. Chair, a dialogue meeting was organized with the State Party, the World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, and IUCN, during which the State Party provided some clarification on the situation of visitor numbers. Mr. Chair, with your kind permission, ICOMOS and IUCN will now provide further comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. ICOMOS, please, to be very concise.
Thank you, Chair. ICOMOS has been pleased to collaborate with the State Party, IUCN and the World Heritage Centre on this property for a number of years, including the 2019 mission. ICOMOS would highlight that there is still a pressing need to determine a sustainable carrying capacity for when tourism returns to normal after the implications of the pandemic. But on the basis of a highly collaborative meeting with the State Party, ICOMOS has no objection to the proposed amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, IUCN, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also, to be extremely brief, we will just associate ourselves with the remarks of the World Heritage Centre and ICOMOS. I'd like to also record IUCN's thanks to the State Party of Vietnam for the dialogue that has taken place, and equally to support the amendment as has been explained so clearly by the distinguished State Party of Thailand. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to know whether there are any comments. I see there are representatives asking for the floor. Dear committee members, I understand that you need to express your opinions, feelings, as well as your solidarity. However, due to the time constraints, without any intention to prevent you from taking the floor, I have to kindly ask you to be very brief on your general remarks so that we can move quickly to consider the draft decision. I thank you for your understanding and the cooperation. Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and good morning to all. Mr. Chairman, this is a very simple amendment that has been proposed that we totally endorse. Consider the commitment already demonstrated by State Party and acknowledged by the advisory board in the report. But Mr. Chairman, what I wanted to raise here is not only our support, but as we have already stated in the past, we believe that some strong languages used in this resolution and in others should be more carefully used when addressing state parties. And Mr. Chairman, I think that this is all for the moment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much and good morning to all. We'll be brief. Support you, Chair. You have managed our time. We fully support the amendments proposed and would like to be considered as co-sponsors as well of these amendments. We highly recommend the State Party of Vietnam for the efforts it has made in ensuring conservation and balancing the needs of the community to live of these heritages. And we also share the concern expressed by Brazil that really strong language against state parties that are showing such tremendous efforts is really counterproductive, and urge them really to opt for more conciliatory and even encouraging state parties such as developing countries when they make such tremendous efforts. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Nigeria also wants to lend support for this amendment, and we want to be co-sponsors for this amendment as well. Thank you very much, just to be brief.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we have heard from the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, positive comments regarding the amendment provided by Thailand, we support the decision for this site. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. I see no more questions in the comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-7B.76 concerning this property. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Ms. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have received an amendment from Thailand, and it was supported by a number of committee members. As also presented by the distinguished delegate from Thailand, the amendment proposes a minor modification of wording under paragraph 4 only. So it crosses over with significant concern and secondly, strongly. So the paragraph 4 reads, noting that visitation continues to increase beyond previous estimates, urges the state party, and the rest of the decision remains without any modifications, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Rapporteur. Dear colleagues, as you have just heard from Mr. Rapporteur, there are only minor modifications in the text. Hence, for the interest of time, can I propose it for adoption as a whole? Any comments? No comments. So if there are no more comments or objections, I therefore declare draft decision 44-7A.34 adopted as amended. I would like now to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. Vietnam, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since it is the first time that Vietnam takes the floor, I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to the People's Republic of China, the host country for this extended 44th World Heritage Committee, and also express our sincere sympathy to the people of Henan province has been suffering from the flood. We would like to thank the delegation of Thailand who put forward the amendment proposal on Chang'an draft decision. Our thanks also go to the World Heritage Center, ICOMOS, and IUCN for the fruitful cooperation among us. At our request, the World Heritage Center has convened a meeting between Vietnam.com, delegation of Vietnam to UNESCO, the management board of Chang'an Landscape Complex, and ICOMOS, IUCN last week on this matter, where we had a frank dialogue. We also would like to thank to all committee members supporting us, and we are agreeable that recommendation by the World Heritage Committee in the decision 44-7B.76 could help to further conserve and promote values of the property. As mentioned by the delegation of Thailand, the minor amendment on the draft decision of Chang'an Landscape Complex is not a substantial amendment, since Vietnam is aware of the site visitation issue, but is necessary since the proposed change is to also reflect the reality as well as to record efforts by the Ninh Bình authorities where the site located and the stakeholders on the effective conservation and management of the property. Vietnam shares the understanding that tourism management remains a long-term challenge in order to balance development and heritage conservation. With that, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for your sympathy and solidarity with the Henan people, and thank you for your comment. Now, International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. You have 1 minute intervention. Your microphone unmuted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, as recognised in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Indigenous people have the right to participate in decision-making affecting them. The UNESCO policy on Indigenous peoples reaffirms that Indigenous peoples have the right to full and effective participation in all matters affecting their lives and cultures, and notes that the governing bodies of UNESCO's culture conventions can play an important role to ensure full and effective participation and inclusion of Indigenous peoples in the processes of these instruments. Mr. Chair, it is unacceptable to us that the voice of Indigenous peoples is not heard before the World Heritage Committee makes a decision on a property. The decisions taken by this esteemed body have enormous impacts on our lands and territories, our cultures and our lives. We therefore urge the committee to change its practices and rules of procedure to ensure that henceforth, as in previous sessions, representatives of Indigenous peoples are consistently given the floor before the committee takes its decision. Obviously, this applies not only to decisions on the state of conservation of sites, but to all decisions affecting us, including decisions on nominations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, let's proceed then. I now invite Ms. Rosler to read the list of the mixed properties inscribed on the World Heritage List located in the Asia-Pacific region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. Now, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have one. This is number 75, Tasmanian Wilderness in Australia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on this State of Conservation report, I declare the decision read out adopted. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have just adopted the decision without discussion. I see now. Let's proceed then. With this, we are now moving to the natural properties also located in the Asia-Pacific region. For the next property to be discussed, I'd like to give the floor to Mrs. Fanny Duvery of the World Heritage Center and IUCN to present the reports on the state of conservation of the natural properties located in the Asia-Pacific region and opened for discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a result of the impacts of climate change and water quality, the World Heritage Center and IUCN conclude that despite many positive achievements and considerable investments made by the state party, the long-term outlook of the Great Barrier Reef's ecosystem has further degraded from poor to very poor in a short period of 5 years, and the deterioration of the ecological processes underpinning the outstanding universal value of the property has been more rapid and more widespread than was previously evident. The property has further suffered significantly from 3 consecutive mass coral bleaching events in 2016, 2017, and 2020, with impacts extending to over 2/3 of the property. As evidenced by the most recent Reef Quality Report cards, progress has been largely insufficient in meeting key targets of the Reef 2050 long-term sustainability plan, in particular the water quality and land management targets, which further significantly undermines the resilience of the property. Based on the above, the World Heritage Center and IUCN consider that the property is facing a certain danger in accordance with paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines, and recommend the World Heritage Committee to inscribe the Great Barrier Reef on the list of World Heritage in danger. The World Heritage Center and IUCN recall that the World Heritage Committee evaluated the possible inscription of the property on the list in danger at its annual sessions in 2013, 2014, and 2015. The committee did not inscribe the property on the list in danger at its session in 2015, but instead agreed to an ambitious Reef 2050 long-term sustainability plan. At the time, it requested the state party to rigorously implement all commitments under the plan and to demonstrate effective protection of the property backed by scientific evidence by 1 December 2019. The evaluation of the state of conservation of the property, as set out in the draft decision, is based on a wide range of scientific reports provided by the state party. As detailed in the draft decision, the documents were received through 7 formal exchanges of information. It included thorough detail on the state of conservation of the property, the progress on water quality, and the impacts of climate change, all of which provided unambiguous evidence that the property is facing a certain danger. Finally, the World Heritage Center and IUCN conclude that accelerated action on climate change at all possible levels, in accordance with the 1.5-degree target under the Paris Agreement for Climate Change and the recovery of the property from poor water quality, are both vital and are urgent to secure the outstanding universal value of the Great Barrier Reef for present and for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With your permission, Chair, IUCN wishes to make additional remarks.
IUCN, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Great Barrier Reef has been intensely considered by the World Heritage Committee for nearly a decade, and the framework for assessing its state of conservation at the present session is clear. In the interest of time management, Mr. Chair, I won't repeat further detail as has been presented by the World Heritage Centre, but to echo all of the points that you've just heard. But to summarise, IUCN notes that despite the major efforts that have been made by the state party, that both the current status of the outstanding universal value of the Great Barrier Reef and the prospects for its future recovery have significantly deteriorated. And this is clearly evidenced in the 5-year Great Barrier Reef Outlook report published by the state party in 2019. The property unambiguously meets the criteria for inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger. And therefore, Mr. Chair, IUCN recommends the committee to recognise this clear scientific evidence that the property is in danger, and to allow all parties to commence the process of establishing corrective measures at the earliest possible opportunity. And we see this as the means to take immediate and the most constructive action possible together to support the conservation of the Great Barrier Reef. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to know whether there are any comments. Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The State Party has repeatedly reaffirmed to the committee its unconditional commitment to the protecting of this iconic World Heritage Site, and further translated this commitment into action, most notably the adoption of the Reef 2050 Long-Term Sustainability Plan. We commend the State Party for their mobilization of resources at the highest level, which is reflected both technically through interinstitutional collaboration, as well as through financial investments totaling $3 billion, and its further announcement of additional investment in various programs and projects. The Reef Outlook report further reflects the clear monitoring mechanisms applied by the State Party and underlines the State Party's transparent approach in reporting any issues ascertained on the property, to aid in implementing the appropriate protection measures required to conserve the attributes of the property. For example, the monitoring mechanism has highlighted water quality as one of the key challenges facing the ecosystem of the property, which, and I quote, remains the most serious threat to the site. Could the State Party outline to the committee the steps undertaken by authorities mandated with managing the property to address this challenge since the last reactive monitoring mission to the site in 2012? We further draw the attention of committee members to the imminent effects of climate change on natural World Heritage sites globally, as clearly outlined in the IUCN latest Conservation Outlook report. To be clear, we do not shy away of that fact, nor does the State Party. The climate policy document endorsed by the committee earlier in this session is a reconfirmation by the committee as to the urgency of climate action, and we believe it to be a catalyst into applying climate action across the World Heritage spectrum. And we look forward to that being reflected in the tools safeguarding the credibility of the convention, such as the operational guidelines. In light of that, Mr. Chair, we have submitted an amendment along with 11 other committee members to consider this property in the 46th session of the committee, as the State Party has demonstrated clear and unwavering set of actions in response to concerns brought about this committee in this World Heritage Site that spans an area of 34 million hectares, which in itself brings its own set of challenges in managing a site of this magnitude. and reiterate our request to the state party to invite a reactive monitoring mission, not only to identify any threats to the OAV, but to also report to the committee as to the effectiveness of the measures taken by the state party to mitigate conservation challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and we would like to hear from the State Party of Australia to outline to the committee the steps undertaken by authorities with regards to water quality since the last reactive monitoring mission in 2012. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda has studied all the documents related to decision 44-7B.90 in respect to the proposal of IUCN and the World Heritage Center to have the Great Barrier Reef of Australia placed on the list of World Heritage in danger. Chair, despite the unprecedented impacts caused by climate change, which have resulted into massive coral bleaches and loss, information available indicates that their integrity has remained intact and the spatial extent of the World Heritage Area has generally remained unchanged. Uganda has also learned that the reef continues to be one of the richest and most complex natural ecosystems on Earth and one of the most significant areas for biodiversity conservation. In fact, information indicates that the population trend of the key faunal species is showing a positive skew. It should also be noted, Chair, that the Australian government has also drawn a comprehensive set of policies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, increase energy efficiency, and fast-track the development and uptake of clean energy with a sound backing of strong investments of up to $3.5 billion for climate change package and another $600 million for reduction of pollutants and sediment flow into the reef. The Australian government has also gone ahead to expand the land under the national park and protected land along the adjacent coastal areas to avert the impacts of climate change and enhance water quality. Chair, all these milestones cannot be ignored, and it is clear that the state party has shown strong commitment to the implementation of this committee's decisions, including through ensuring unprecedented levels of financial support and mobilization of interinstitutional collaboration. The placement of the property on the list of heritage in danger would demotivate the state party and all the partners and stakeholders who have been committed to the conservation of this property. Moreover, the most recent decision of the committee about the property was in 2017, which makes it a short period for the state party to make significant impacts amidst natural calamities. In view of the above, Chair, Uganda does not support the draft decision and proposes that the state party should be given more time to implement the recently drawn plans and policies as a means of enhancing the protection of the Great Barrier Reef. I rest my case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Dear committee members, as you have realized that we have a very heavy agenda today. And there are still quite a number of committee members on my list. I'd like to kindly ask you to be very brief to speak out your position if it is only to fully support the proposal. I thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Now, Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is a very important subject item. It's a very symbolic also in many ways because it touches what we think is the most important and critical issue of our time, climate change. Climate change poses a challenge to the survival of humanity, but it also poses a challenge for the survival of many of our sites, including natural sites. How do we address them? We believe this has to be addressed globally, with global responsibility, meaning common differentiate between developed and developing countries. The Climate Action Plan is a step forward. The Climate Action Plan lacks operationalization, and concretely, it also lacks financial commitment. We don't believe a single country is responsible for climate change by itself. It's a global responsibility. Therefore, we should act globally and not single out a single state. We appreciate the efforts of the Australian government with regard to its policies to promote green energy and to mitigate the effects of climate change. In particular, with regard to the reef itself, we appreciate the management plan that has been put forward and the financial commitment that has been shown. Therefore, we do not support as well, following Uganda, the decision as proposed. We think it's too soon. We would like to ask the honorable delegates of Australia one single question. How does the update of the comprehensive site management plan called Reef 2050 plan, how does it address the pressures on the reef? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hungary supports the amendment and wishes to echo all of the previous speakers, but we would like to add also a short comment. Hungary believes that a collective and united action by state parties is required in taking measures to mitigate the effects of climate change on all World Heritage sites concerned, including the Great Barrier Reef. Australia is already playing a constructive role in the actions to address climate change at the global level. Having regard to the fact that the policy document on climate change on World Heritage will be adopted by the General Assembly in the end of this year, which has raised significant questions set out in the paragraph 36 regarding to listing property in the list of World Heritage in danger, making such decision over the reef during this session would be premature. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oman notes considerable results and actions being taken by Australia, given the numerous challenges that the reef is facing. We are equally share the concerns expressed by the advisory body, and as a consequence, the need for a continued dialogue to address all threats to which the property is exposed. We therefore welcome and support the draft amended decision, and that a reactive monitoring mission visits the property and review the progress to uphold the OUV and further assess progress that is made in these regards. Again, Oman strongly supports the amended draft decision put forward by Bahrain. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Bahrain, just now you have a request to give the floor to the state party. So I request you to formulate a question to put to the state party. Now, Russia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is true that Great Barrier Reef has become one of the most complex and disputed items at this session. We regret that it has provoked some politicized debate and even attacks against the chairmanship of this committee, something that we consider as totally unjustified. We believe that issues related to the conservation of the reef should be addressed in a professional way without blaming individual countries for what appears to be a global challenge. In particular, climate change threatens the reefs all over the world. Our delegation does not contest the technical assessment which is contained in the draft decision. What raises our doubts is the recommendation to include immediately the Great Barrier Reef in the list of the World Heritage in danger. These recommendations, in our review, is not fully consistent with the level of dialogue and cooperation between the advisory bodies and the state party. IUCN and the World Heritage Center have not visited the property in almost a decade. More up-to-date technical advice and scientific information are needed at any rate before in-danger listing. Therefore, we support the amendments to the draft decision and hope that the desired state of conservation and a set of corrective measures will be achieved through a closer cooperation with the state party. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Norway, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. As committee members, we should attach importance to the opinions of the advisory bodies and scientific evidence and fulfill the duty of World Heritage protection. These important decisions should not be overshadowed by politics. This is not an exercise in what is fair or not. We are all signatories to the same convention. If a World Heritage site is facing potential or ascertained danger, if the outstanding universal value for which the property was established to protect is threatened, it should be put on the list of World Heritage in danger. And these are the rules that we have all agreed upon. We would like to highlight that the State Party of Australia has themselves provided the evidence. The Reef report found the ecosystem's long-term outlook had deteriorated from poor to very poor. The report also said Australia's progress on the Reef 2050 plan had been insufficient in meeting the key targets. It said the plan requires stronger and clearer commitments, in particular on urgently addressing threats from climate change and in improving water quality. The local threats are compounded by the global threat of climate change. The proposed state listing should not come as a surprise. It has been on the radar of the committee since 2012. We do acknowledge the work which has been done in Australia, but the Great Barrier Reef is proposed to be put on the list of World Heritage in danger because the outstanding universal value is deteriorating. I know the climate crisis threatening the reef cannot be addressed by Australia alone. The danger listing is also a collective call for action from all member states. It's not a punishment, it's how we mobilize action and preserve our heritage for future generations. Norway therefore supports the draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be brief. St. Kitts and Nevis is unambiguously and assertively in support of this modest amendment to the draft decision very ably submitted by Bahrain, which would remove the recommendation to immediately endanger list of the Great Barrier Reef and instead propose a reactive monitoring mission ahead of consideration in 2023. A major contributing factor, I think, to the problems we're facing, not just with the Great Barrier Reef, but in other cases, is the COVID travel restrictions. And indeed, I'm surprised in general why we weren't more assertive vis-a-vis the UNESCO World Heritage Programme colleagues and the members to call for a deferment of whatever time it takes to be able to ensure that these reactive monitoring missions can actually take place. Let me also say that the Great Barrier Reef and the measures taken by Australia in the face of global climate change have a number of relevance and resonance for small and developing states such as St. Kitts and Nevis, particularly the direct action to reduce pressures such as improving water quality, supporting the adaptation in the face of changing climate through a number of specific measures. And let me also touch on the importance, I would urge members to touch on and support the notion of including and recognising the support, not just of the government of Australia, but also the efforts of farmers and the fishing industry who are at the front line of climate change and their work in contributing to protecting the reef from impacts of agricultural runoff. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, South Africa, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. The Great Barrier Reef is the largest coral reef system in the world. The most serious and biggest threat to this system is climate change, and this is a global environmental issue that affects everyone and everywhere. The important
There's something wrong with the microphone.
Okay, can you hear me now?
It's okay, yeah, it's okay.
The importance of global action for climate change mitigation cannot be overemphasized. Despite these global challenges, Mr. Chairman, the State Party of Australia has invested a lot of resources, time and effort in order to address these issues through the Reef 2050 plan. We commend the State Party of Australia for these commendable efforts and support the proposed amendments as submitted by Bahrain. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Very happy to celebrate our National Day today with all the members of the committee. I would like to thank the Secretariat and the advisory bodies for the analysis of the site Great Barrier Reef in Australia. We do believe that Australia exerted lately many efforts in conserving the outstanding universal value for present and future generations. However, the draft decision suggested the inscription of the site on the endangered list, which we believe it would be premature and wrong. The challenges faced by the site are complex, and we do believe that we should give Australia time until next session, and therefore we support the amendments submitted by Bahrain to the draft decision. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Great Barrier Reef is among the most precious natural treasures of humanity, and it is with deepest sadness that we view the increasing threats that it's facing. Climate change is indeed one of the major challenges of our time, and if we do not work collectively towards implementing the targets set by the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement, this is a treasure that will be lost, as will many of our own natural and cultural sites. We agree that the present situation of the site merits our highest concern, and we agree of some of the recommendations of this draft decision. However, we also perceive that the state party is strongly committed to the protection of the site and that it has been taking important action toward the long-term sustainability of the site through the revised Reef 2050 plan and the allocation of substantive funds for improvement of the system of protection and management of the site. Will that be enough to save the Great Barrier Reef? We do not know yet, but we can give the Australian government a vote of confidence and send a reactive monitor mission to the site in order to review the situation and inform the committee before action for a more far-reaching consequences can be considered. We therefore support strongly the amendment presented by Bahrain. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Spain, please, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Hemos copatrocinado esta enmienda por dos razones. Una, porque damos un voto de confianza al Estado que confirma que ha hecho una serie de inversiones que no han estado evaluadas en los últimos tiempos, y porque pensamos que es una forma de llamar la atención no solo al Estado, sino a la comunidad global. Si todos estamos diciendo que el cambio climático es la principal afección, todos debemos considerar la existencia del cambio climático, incluso aquellos que hasta hace muy pocos días lo negaban. Somos muy conscientes de la presión y el interés justificado de las organizaciones medioambientalistas, pero no se trata en este momento de una carrera por ver quién es más medioambientalista, sino por ser efectivos. España no tiene que justificar nada sobre su carácter medioambientalista y sobre las políticas de su gobierno, pero hemos querido dar ese voto de confianza al Estado en la medida que no ha habido una evaluación todavía y en la medida que no diferencia en nada la petición de que se haga una comisión de monitoreo, que la haríamos también con el Estado en peligro, y que se evalúe si ese plan para 2050 es válido o no y en qué hay que cambiarlo, en qué hay que mejorarlo o cómo hay que orientarse. Desde el punto de vista de que estamos hablando no solo de Australia, por estar ubicado geográficamente allí, la barrera de coral, sino por una preocupación de algo que es patrimonio de la humanidad, que es patrimonio mundial y concierne a toda esa colectividad internacional el buscar soluciones para ello. Se trata de ser efectivos. Nosotros estaremos en la lucha y en el apoyo para eso, incluso exigiendo que si se tiene esa misión de monitoreo cuanto antes y hay resultados cuanto antes, pues quizás se pueda avanzar el resultado. No estamos derivando deliberadamente a la demora de unos resultados, sino estamos dando un plazo que nos parece de confianza. Hemos hablado mucho con Australia y con los medioambientalistas y sabemos que esas exigencias, porque ha demostrado ya el gobierno australiano que puede adquirir ese compromiso y pensamos que que le exigimos ahora lo va a cumplir y estaremos con los mecanismos que tenemos, en tanto que comunidad internacional, pendientes de ello. Ni correr hacia quién se centra en la foto ni abandonar, sino ser efectivos, ser realistas y tener una política práctica que nos permita salvar la barrera de coral, que es de todos. Y esas son las razones claras, honestas y al desnudo por las cuales nosotros hemos copatrocinado esta enmienda, queridos colegas.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please, you have the floor. Nigeria, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We all recognize, all the speakers have recognized that Australia has made significant, contribution towards, saving the Great Barrier Reef. So we want the advisory body, the IUCN, to please recognize these efforts and also withdraw these submissions and agree to send reactive monitoring group. So I think we can move forward by saving time, and I want to lend our support, Nigeria's support, to this amendment and call on the advisory body, the IUCN, to please go with the majority and let us save time so that a reactive monitoring team should be sent to check the state of affairs there. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Comme mes prédécesseurs ont déjà dit, il serait prématuré d'inscrire le bien sur la liste des biens en péril. D'abord, l'Australie a fait part d'une transparence dans les efforts très importants que le pays est prêt à effectuer déjà. Et comme il s'agit d'un projet colossal, et ce qui est colossal, c'est aussi le fait que toute la planète est victime des changements climatiques. Donc, il nous faut travailler ensemble, et l'État partie avec les experts et tout le monde doit travailler ensemble pour résoudre ce problème dans la mesure du possible. Il ne s'agit pas d'une chose qu'on peut changer du jour au lendemain. Il faut soutenir le gouvernement d'Australie dans cet effort colossal. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor. Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Chair, thank you for giving me the floor. I'll try to be brief and concise. We believe that we have discussed the important and challenging issue of climate change under the item 7C, and most, if not all members, share the common understanding that climate change is serious and is already having impacts on our globe as we know it. Climate change cannot be fixed overnight and has been in the making for decades, so will need take decades to mitigate the effects. And thirdly, climate change, as mentioned in item 7C in the policy, requires collective action and cannot be addressed by one member state alone. With that said, Mr. Chair and dear members, and as mentioned by ECOMOS, Australia, like all of us, acknowledges the seriousness of climate change and therefore has spared no effort to mitigate its impact on the site. We believe, Mr. Chair, that since the last mission visit was about a decade ago, another mission must be conducted to assess the progress and effects of Australia's efforts before deciding whether or not to list the site on the endangered list. Your Excellency, dear members, we've been hearing by the esteemed ECOMOS and IUCN about adding a country or a site to the endangered list and how much it can provide extra support financially and policy. But in the case of Australia, they have been creating solid policies and abundance of resources to mitigate the efforts of the climate change and implement recommendations by the advisory bodies. In this case, Your Excellency and dear members, we support the amendment presented by the esteemed delegation of Bahrain and supported by many others. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Bahrain, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to address your question as to our direct question to Australia, it was with regards to the water quality. So what have they done since the last reactive monitoring mission in terms of improving water quality, and what is envisaged as well in the future to further address this challenge? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Mali, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, de m'avoir donné la parole. Monsieur le Président, nous notons des efforts notables de l'État partie d'Australie pour ce qui concerne la Grande Barrière de Corail. L'État partie a un plan d'investissement de plus de 3 milliards de dollars entre 2014 et 2024 pour mettre en place, en œuvre, un plan de durabilité à long terme qui s'étend sur 35 ans. Nous remarquons également que le dernier rapport de l'État partie sur la qualité de l'eau de la Grande Barrière montre que là où de solides programmes d'amélioration de qualité de l'eau ont été mis en place, la tendance peut être renversée. Nous estimons que toutes ces actions et les nouvelles évolutions relatives aux efforts de l'État partie d'Australie doivent être prises en compte et nous appelons à davantage de consultations auprès de l'État partie avant toute décision d'inscription du site de la Grande Barrière sur la liste du patrimoine mondial. Par conséquent, nous appuyons les amendements proposés par le barème. Nous pensons qu'il ne faut pas inscrire le bien sur la liste du patrimoine impérial. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you for your comment. Now, China, please, you have the floor.
谢谢主席先生。大堡礁呢是一项非常重要的世界自然遗产，世界呢都非常的关注。中方注意到，专业咨询机构的报告指出，该遗产突出普遍价值受到了威胁，保护状况令人担忧。相关决定草案要求缔约国采取有力行动，保护好这项人类共同的宝贵财富。中方认真听取了已经发言的委员国的意见，注意到很多委员国同意再给缔约国一些时间开展保护工作，也注意到有的委员国强调应尊重咨询机构的建议。中方支持委员会达成共识。中方同时希望缔约国高度重视，秉持科学精神，及时采取保护和恢复措施，确保遗产的突出普遍价值不受影响。谢谢主席。
Thank you for your comment. Now, Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, presidente. Es obvio, después de este debate, que el cambio climático es un tema súper importante y relevante. Es obvio que cualquier barrera de coral del mundo está en peligro debido a la acción del ser humano. Y estamos totalmente agradecidos y valoramos profundamente el análisis que hacen los órganos evaluadores del Centro de Patrimonio Mundial desde el 2012, llamándonos la atención y llamándonos a la acción sobre este tema. Nos duele muchísimo ver y saber y conocer y ver los datos científicos de que la barrera de coral de Australia está sufriendo. Es doloroso y creo que no solamente es doloroso para Australia, para Guatemala, sino para todo el mundo, y debería ser doloroso para toda la comunidad internacional. Esta es una llamada de atención urgente. Asimismo, también reconocemos y agradecemos el esfuerzo que hace el Estado parte en la conservación sobre este sitio, asimismo como los argumentos y todos los compromisos que ha adquirido. Estamos totalmente de acuerdo que la misión de reacción también es sumamente importante, y no solamente por la misión en sí, sino por el resultado que esto implique para el Estado parte y para toda la comunidad internacional. Guatemala, como Estado parte de la Convención, es muy sensible y está siendo muy afectado por el cambio climático, no solamente a nivel de biodiversidades, sino viendo lo que sucede en todo el mundo. Por lo tanto, agradecemos, valoramos la recomendación de los órganos evaluadores y también valoramos y apoyamos el proyecto de enmienda, valorando el esfuerzo del Estado parte, y aprovechamos para solicitar al Estado parte también que tenga más esfuerzos para comunicar y activar el diálogo con las comunidades locales. Muchísimas gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please, you have the floor. Thailand, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. Thailand believes that Australia has made tremendous efforts to conserve and protect the Great Barrier Reef. We should recognize the efforts that have been made and urge Australia to continue in this positive direction. We believe that more time should be given to Australia to continue making its progress, and we would like to support the emerging consensus in support of the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are also very happy with the emerging consensus, which is very wise on our part. But I just wanted to also stress one point. This issue was unnecessarily politicized, and unfair pressure was put on the chair based on fallacies, including in the media. And we absolutely reject that. We oppose it. It is contrary to the spirit of the convention. It is contrary to global multilateral system we want to build. And therefore, we wanted to put on record that the unfair, unjust, and false statements that we saw in some media quarters regarding the chair on this issue, we should reject it completely. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, as requested by several committee members, I give the floor to Australia to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and may I thank you for the constructive and respectful way you have led this meeting, and for the constructive and respectful relationship between Australia and China in the World Heritage Committee over many years. Every Australian is heavily invested in the protection of our Great Barrier Reef. In response to questions by members, I draw your attention to our updated Reef 2050 plan. It shows where things are going well and where they can be improved. The plan is a 35-year roadmap that uses science to drive investments in the health and resilience of the reef. It is underpinned by more than $3 billion, and Australia is already taking action on the recommendations of the draft decision, including building resilience and reducing the pressures from poor water quality, illegal fishing, and coral-eating starfish, investing almost $1 billion in our water quality improvement plan, using world-leading science, including $150 million for the Reef Restoration and Adaptation Program, and reducing global emissions through our Paris Agreement commitments, where we are meeting and beating our targets. We have met all our reporting commitments and either fulfilled or made significant progress towards every committee recommendation since 2012. The first 5 years of the Reef 2050 plan are delivering results. Actions to combat the impact of global climate change on the reef are front and centre of our plan. On water quality, we're over halfway towards our sediment target and almost halfway to our dissolved inorganic nitrogen target. The draft decision to immediately endanger list the reef before the committee has finalised its climate policy makes no sense. Delegates, we ask only two things: time for experts to see firsthand our commitment to the reef, its present condition, and our management, and for the final climate policy to provide a consistent framework for addressing the impacts of climate change on all World Heritage properties. Put simply, without a site visit, no desired state of conservation, no corrective measures, and the absence of an agreed climate policy, an immediate in danger listing will only harm the reef, not protect it. Australia believes our modest amendments to the draft decision will maintain respect for the technical advice while also encouraging the hard-working local communities whose lives and livelihoods depend on this global icon. May I sincerely thank the esteemed delegates for recognising Australia's commitment to protecting the Great Barrier Reef and hope that we can reach consensus.
Thank you for your response. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the distinguished delegates of Russia and Ethiopia and others for your support to the true multilateralism. And to me, as the chairperson, thank you. Now, Norway, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norway may also join the emerging consensus, but given that we could propose some amendments in the text to the amendment proposed by the state parties. Are we going to go through the amendment by Bahrain and the other countries? And then we can get back to our amendment.
Just wait for a moment. I gave the floor to IUCN first, then we go to the text. IUCN, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And perhaps with your permission, I think the World Heritage Centre may wish to make remarks after IUCN. I'd just like to respond to 4 of the points that have been raised in the debate. And firstly, thanks to all of the members of the committee and also to the State Party of Australia for all of the comments raised. I think the first is just to stress that the advice that we're giving to the committee is based on really unprecedented information, which we summarized in our opening presentation. But perhaps to comment on the point that was raised about the integrity of the Great Barrier Reef, if I just relate back the assessment of the 2019 Great Barrier Reef Outlook report, which states, whilst the property's outstanding universal value remains whole and intact, its integrity is challenged and it is deteriorating. And this is a 2019 report. So I think it is clear that we have very clear evidence on which we're working to make the recommendations to the committee. Secondly, to comment on the criteria for danger listing, we make our recommendations within the criteria that you provide in the operational guidelines. And I think it is firstly clear that those criteria and the existing climate change policy of the World Heritage Convention expect that sites that demonstrate the changing condition that we're seeing would be recommended for the danger list. So the criteria are there. But I also think in relation to climate change, it's important to underscore that the analysis and the decision does recognize the need for international action, but also the need for national action and for site level action that is not just geared at the threat of climate change, but is geared at all the other threats that reduce the resilience, in this case of the Great Barrier Reef, to climate change. And the most significant of those are the questions surrounding water quality. Thirdly, Mr. Chair, I'd like to respond, I think, to the comments from Nigeria, but also more broadly on the reactive monitoring mission. As you know, this had been a recommendation in the draft decision to engage in a monitoring mission. Speaking both personally and for IUCN as a whole, we've been extremely constructively engaged with Australia in a very collegiate and very rigorously technical dialogue around the Great Barrier Reef for a decade and much longer. And so please be in no doubt that we're fully committed to the technical process and the opportunities for dialogue that a mission would provide. And we obviously fully respect every decision that this World Heritage Committee takes. And so we will be delighted to engage in the mission that's recommended. Lastly, Mr. Chair, I would like to just address perhaps one point which is also relevant to the amended decision, which is the question of time. we had not hoped to be in this situation at this committee, Mr. Chair, since the last significant reflection by the committee. But we've seen, perhaps most dramatically through the series of major bleaching events, a much greater deterioration in the Great Barrier Reef and its prospects than we had hoped for. If I just again could quote words from the Great Barrier Reef Outlook Report, a 2019 report of the Australian government, it says then, the window of opportunity to influence the reefs. I'm just concluding. I'm just concluding, sir. The window of opportunity to influence the reef's long-term future is now, and I would suggest the committee reflects on the timetable for its further consideration of this property when it considers the draft decision. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do believe the World Heritage Centre may wish to comment if there is the opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. The World Heritage Centre, you have the floor for a very brief response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just very briefly want to support IUCN in the comment regarding the timetable. Distinguished members of the World Heritage Committee did indicate indeed that the situation is very serious and very urgent. And just to remind also that over 60,000 local communities and indigenous communities are dependent for their livelihoods on the Great Barrier Reef. So a short timetable might reduce also the uncertainty for the many people that are dependent on the reef. In the interest of time, Mr. Chair, I will leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no more questions in the comments. Now, I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-7B.90 concerning this property. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment co-authored by a number of committee members and as well supported by a number of committee members during their interventions. If we look at the amendment, we have no changes proposed under paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I suggest that we approve the text paragraph by paragraph. So paragraph from 1 to 6, no revision, adopt. Okay, adopt. Go ahead.
Original paragraph 7 is proposed for deletion.
Do you accept with the deletion? Oh, accept, approved. Go ahead.
Original paragraph 8 is also proposed for deletion.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
There are no modifications proposed in the original paragraph 9, new paragraph 7.
Approve? Approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 8 reads, requests the state party to invite a joint World Heritage Centre IUCN reactive monitoring mission centered around ensuring that the revised Reef 2050 plan addresses the threat posed to the property by climate change and determines a pathway for accelerated actions in other areas affecting the conservation of the property.
Do you accept this revision? No objection. Approved. Go ahead.
We have no changes proposed for original paragraph 11, new paragraph 9.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
And the final paragraph, new paragraph 10, reads, further requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Centre by 1 December 2022 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property and the implementation of the above for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 46th session. Full stop.
Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was the proposed amendment that Norway would like to add, or we would actually like to keep the dates that we have in the draft decision, based on the concerns raised by IUCN, and also, to our understanding, the state party were only requesting a modest amendment, and the state party is also saying that the Reef 2050 plan has everything under control, so we would think that that would be doable within a year and not 2 years. And also, we had like a letter brought to our attention by the Queensland Deputy Premier to the Prime Minister, who agrees on this pathway. So this is the federal government. So we would strongly recommend that these dates are being kept. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you accept this revision? China, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the Secretariat and IUCN just read the text from Australia government, they said very clearly the window of action is now. So in this case, we support Norwegian delegations amendment. So we would like to keep a 45th session. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. For Norway's proposal, any objection? I see no objection.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
I apologize for interrupting. I just didn't read the last part of the paragraph. It was my mistake. Just for the diligence, if I may read the last part with the maybe proposed amendment by Norway and China.
Okay, please.
So new paragraph 10 is further requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 February 2022 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property and the implementation of the above for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 45th session, with a view to considering, in case of confirmation of the ascertained or potential danger to its OUV, the possible inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Nigeria, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think the last part is preemptive, so I want to suggest deletion of the last statement so that we can stop at session. There. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please.
I want to echo that the previous speaker, we should not put condition here, as we discussed in the previous decisions. So we should not put on provision the property to be put in the list of World Heritage in danger. We should delete that. Thank you.
Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We support Nigeria on deleting the last part of the sentence from the bit of view of the consideration and the last part. Thank you.
Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We also support Nigeria, and I think Hungary's suggestion that we do not prejudge any punitive measures, and therefore being consistent with what we decided in other decisions, we should not include the last part of it. Judging future decisions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Spain, please, you have the floor.
Sí, señor presidente, entendemos que la propuesta de Noruega está aceptada y en ese caso sería la única modificación que veríamos, puesto que habíamos apoyado la enmienda tal y como estaba, y si con esa propuesta de Noruega hay consenso y no tocamos nada más, pues votaríamos en favor del consenso, de que se llegue a un acuerdo con el texto que había y esa modificación que entendemos está asumida.
Thank you. Thank you for comment. Egypt, please. Egypt, please. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My delegation would like also to join other members of the committee in supporting the amendment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, do you like to join? Consensus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll join the consensus. Sorry.
Rapporteur? Yeah.
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Now the discussion is whether to keep the final part of this paragraph or not. And I believe there was a consensus for the date of the State of Conservation report.
Yes. Do you agree with the date? Yes, agree with the date. So do you agree with the deletion of the last part? Okay, agreed. So for paragraph 10, any other comments, objection? No more. Approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-7B.90 adopted as amended. I'd like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. WWF Australia, you have the floor for 1 minute intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I make this statement on behalf of WWF and also the Australian Marine Conservation Society and Earth Justice. The Great Barrier Reef is Australia's iconic natural wonder, of great cultural significance to First Nations people, and a part of our national identity, loved and revered around the world. The draft decision by UNESCO's World Heritage Centre to place the Great Barrier Reef on the list of World Heritage in danger was based on the best available science from Australian and Queensland government reports. It was a recommendation supported by leading reef scientists all around the world, millions of Australians and our 3 organisations. Regrettably, the decision made by the committee today delays action by 1 year. It also removes the consideration of endanger listing. Despite the delay, the Australian government's first action must be to develop a plan aligned with limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees, because that will give the reef a chance. And the Australian and Queensland governments need to step up efforts to reduce agricultural pollution and increase protection for the reef's threatened wildlife. When the committee next considers the Great Barrier Reef in 2022, we encourage you to put science before politics, to put conservation and protection of the world's shared heritage foremost, and to uphold the spirit and letter of the Convention. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Friends of Fertile Lake, for 1 minute intervention.
Thank you very much, dear Chairperson, delegates, committee members, and observers. I would like to support WWF, and I would like to highlight various elements said by different committee members during this meeting. Acting about mitigating and adapting to climate change, to the challenges of climate change is our joint responsibility, was said today. Inscribing an area on the list of endangered sites shall not be seen as a punishment, but an opportunity to mobilize more resources and public attention, was also said today. Politics, including untransparent lobbying, shall not overshadow the UNESCO World Heritage Convention. Listing the Great Barrier Reef as an endangered World Heritage Site would have helped to increase public attention to climate change and its terrible impact on our natural heritage even beyond the reef. Taking the above into account, as a representative of civil society sector interested in tackling the intertwined challenge of biodiversity loss and climate change, it is a great sadness to hear the decision of the committee today, which is a missed opportunity to increase wider public awareness on the global impact of climate change. However, I'm happy to hear that the committee members are fully recognizing climate change as a threat to our World Heritage sites. Therefore, I sincerely call the signatories of World Heritage Convention, or at least the World Heritage Committee, to issue a joint statement to stop further deterioration of World Heritage sites, including increasing artificial cover versus natural and semi-natural habitats through buildings and roads.
Sorry,
Thank you very much.
I have to interrupt you because of the time constraints. Thank you for comments. Now, let's proceed then. For the next property to be discussed, the Sundarbans, Bangladesh, we have received a request from 2 committee members. I'd like to, therefore, to first give the floor to the delegation for Egypt to present to the committee the reason why it made such a request. It will be followed by the delegation of the Russian Federation. But before giving the floor to His Excellency, the Egyptian Honorable Delegate, let me share the joy of celebrations on your National Day. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Actually, on behalf of His Excellency the Ambassador, we would like to thank you so much for your greetings, and also for giving us the floor in order to present this site. We have actually requested to open discussion on this agenda item in order to allow the committee to take an informed and objective decision on the state of conservation. We would like to convey first our appreciation to the World Heritage Center and IUCN for the document they presented for the committee's consideration. We note that in their joint analysis, the Secretariat and the advisory body have mentioned several proactive actions and measures taken by the state party for the protection and conservation of the property, which has ensured that the OUV remained, including its hydrological and ecological process, as well as its biodiversity. This assessment regarding the state of property is particularly significant considering the fact that this site was recommended in 2019 to the Committee for Inscription on the Endangered List. The committee at that time took the right decision not to put the property on the endangered list. 6 months later, in December 2019, when the reactive monitoring mission took place, not only the mission didn't find the property in danger, rather it came out with the assessment that the OUV remains. This assessment also confirms the continued efforts and commitment of the state party for the preservation of the OUV of the heritage property. Bangladesh has also undertaken to conduct the strategic environmental assessments for the southwest region of the country in compliance with the decision of the committee, and is expected to be completed by next month. In fact, Mr. Chair, within a few weeks. There are several other measures to enhance protection of the property OUV, such as strengthened patrolling and dolphin conservation, increased freshwater flows into the property, and to establish a long-term ecological monitoring system in view of building climate resilience. Most importantly, Bangladesh has been taking measures to eliminate risks of negative impacts from large-scale industrial and infrastructural projects in the vicinity. However, while there is an appreciation for Bangladesh's positive and proactive measures, which have created positive impact on the OUV of the property, the concerns expressed with regard to infrastructure and industrial developments appears for us to be exaggerated and not consistent with the mitigating and protecting measures already put in place for those projects. Again, the state party here had been asked to incorporate the recommendations of the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission into the strategic environmental assessment, which is about to complete it, as I have just mentioned, within a few weeks. Understandably, there will be no time for the state party to implement the decision if it's taken as it has been drafted. And this is why we have proposed some amendments. These amendments aim at the end to reflect the positive assessment that was made by IUCN and the Secretariat in a better way. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to the delegation of the Russian Federation. Excellency, you have the floor.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Since Bangladesh is a frontline country to climate change impacts and challenges, we commend Bangladesh for its proactive measures, plans, and strategies to address these challenges. We also commend the State Party for having taken several initiatives and actions in line with the previous decisions of the World Heritage Committee for the Protection and Conservation of the Heritage Property. We welcome the finalization of the Strategic Environmental Assessment for the southwest region of the country and expect to be completed by August 2021, despite the challenge of COVID-19 pandemic. We appreciate the State Party for having undertaken this project as per the decision of the committee, although it is not required under their national legislation. We have also noted some concerns expressed by the Secretariat and the advisory body concerning development of 3 power plants in the vicinity of the property, which they consider have potential to threaten the OUV of the property. The explanations provided by the State Party in their State of Conservation report and in response to the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission we believe should assuage any concern the committee members might have. We believe these commendable actions of the State Party need to be recognized and duly reflected in this committee's decision. We need to strike a balance between economic growth and the environmental sustainability. The State Party, which has taken commendable effort for the protection of the property, needs to be encouraged and not threatened with danger listing. The amendment proposal put forward by our delegation, along with the delegations of Egypt, China, Kyrgyzstan, Saudi Arabia, Thailand, and several other countries, has been tabled with a view to bringing consistency between the situation on the ground and the decision we take. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. I'd like to invite Mr. Guy de Bonnet and the IUCN to respond to this comment. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee, since its 38th session in 2014, has consistently raised concerns on the state of conservation of this property due to the increasing large-scale industrial developments around it, including the construction of several coal-fired power plants, the development of the Mogla port, as well as the resulting increased traffic and dredging of the Pashur River. At the 43rd session in 2019, the Centre and IUCN recommended for the site to be inscribed on the list of World Heritage in Danger. The committee did not follow this recommendation, but requested the State Party to invite a new reactive monitoring mission. That mission was conducted in December 2019 and concluded that while the property's OUV remains present, the property continues to be threatened by possible impacts from large-scale industrial developments. These impacts could cumulatively affect the OUV if no further measures are taken based on a comprehensive impact assessment. In the committee's decision 41-7B25, the committee had requested the State Party not to proceed with any large-scale industrial or infrastructure developments before a strategic environmental assessment was completed as per committee request. While the State Party has not given approval for any new large-scale developments, the ongoing developments were not halted, as was requested by the committee. The examples are the 3 coal-fired power plants, as well as the ongoing expansion of the Mongla port, which is resulting in increased need for dredging and further increased traffic on the Pashur River. The strategic environmental assessment, which is currently underway and supposed to be finalized this year, as mentioned by the distinguished delegates of Russia, will be a crucial instrument to inform future decision-making. It should also look into the cumulative impacts of existing and future large-scale development, and it is crucial to ensure that only those developments which are not negatively impacting the OUV of the property will be authorized. Therefore, it is recommended that the World Heritage Committee review at the next session if the SCA is completed and if mechanisms are in place to ensure that the strategic environmental assessment is informing the decision-making on new large-scale industrial projects and avoid further impacts on the outstanding universal value of the property. IUCN also would like to provide some comments. Thank you.
Thank you. IUCN, please, to be concise.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't repeat the information that's just been presented by the World Heritage Centre, but simply to emphasise the importance of completing the strategic environmental assessment that is the way to assess the impacts of all developments before proceeding, those of both individual and cumulative impacts. Specifically regarding OUV, we know that the Sundarbans is recognised as being the world's one of the world's largest deltas, supporting mangrove ecosystems maintained by natural sedimentation. So the OUV is directly linked and potentially threatened by the ongoing expansion of the Mongolia port, but in particular the resulting increase of shipping and related dredging that can create the likelihood of impacts on sediments, create water and noise pollution, and also create the risk of shipping-related incidents. And so dredging and shipping is one of the important issues, Mr. Chair, that needs to be addressed in the SEA, and that has been previously requested by the committee and recommended in the 2019 mission. In relation to the biodiversity values recognised under criterion 10, this is an area that supports exceptional biodiversity, including endangered species. There are a number of changes that are impacting those values, including through increased salinity due to a reduction in freshwater flow from the Ganges and saltwater intrusion. And this is an additional reason why all of the threats to the property should be addressed to ensure that it maintains its resilience. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to know whether there are any comments. I see there are representatives asking for the floor. Dear committee members, I wanted to stress once again, due to the time constraints, without any attention to prevent you from taking the floor, I have to kindly ask you to be very brief on your general comments so that we could move quickly to consider the draft decision. I thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank the World Heritage Centre and IUCN for the analysis and conclusion of State of Conservation report submitted by Bangladesh. We commend the State Party for the actions taken in compliance with the earlier decisions of the committee, particularly with regard to the protection and conservation of the heritage site. We commend the State Party for their close cooperation with the World Heritage Centre, the advisory bodies, and other relevant stakeholders to complement its efforts to strengthen management of the property, their commitment to carry out the Strategic Environmental Assessment, SEA, for the southwest region of Bangladesh and implement other committee decisions. Bangladesh is a developing country. It is also one of the most climate vulnerable countries. We are aware of the challenges of a developing nation like Bangladesh to provide a decent living condition for its 160 million plus population in a relatively small land area. To achieve sustainable growth, the country has the responsibility to provide its citizens affordable and reliable energy. In doing so, Bangladesh deserves our appreciation for carrying out economic development while pursuing environmental sustainability. We believe these commendable actions of the State Party need to be recognized and duly reflected in this committee's decision. We need to strike a balance between economic growth and heritage preservation, especially the infrastructure projects that are aligned with SDGs to provide the basic needs for humankind, such as electricity, as was discussed in Baku 2019, and the committee agreed upon not to inscribe it in the endangered list. The amendment proposal put forward by our delegation, along with the delegations of Egypt, the Russian Federation, China, Kyrgyzstan, and Thailand, has been tabled with a view to bring consistency between the situation on the ground and the decision we take. We hope that the committee will agree with our amendment proposal so that we can adopt the decision as amended. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Oman delegation noted and welcomed the progress and positive achievement of the State Party to enhance protection of the property's OUV through the implementation of various measures, including new initiatives strengthen patrolling, and keep species conservation. Steps taken to increase freshwater flows into the property and to establish a long-term ecological monitoring system in view of building climate change resilience. The delegation also appreciated the positive coordination between the State Party, the World Heritage Center, and the advisory bodies to strengthen proactive planning for better management of the property, and the request further of State Party to make efforts to implement all the other recommendations made by the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission and previous committee's decision. Taking into consideration the positive achievements and great commitments of State Party to enhance protection of OUV, therefore the Oman delegation support the recommendation listed in the amended draft decision, and to request the State Party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1st February 2022 and update reports on the state of conservation of the property. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another case in which the question of balance between conservation and development comes into discussion. We have, on the one hand, an extraordinary mangrove forest that needs to be preserved in its beauty and biodiversity, and on the other, a densely populated low-income country that needs to find a path towards economic and social progress. Conservation and development should not be incompatible, as conservation enhances development, and development provides resources for conservation. So we must find the adequate synergy between conservation and development. As we have said before, this is an issue that must be discussed in further depth by the committee. So we would not favor danger listing of this site at this time, and we support the amendment presented by Egypt and other delegations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also join you in first congratulating our brothers and sisters in Egypt for their National Day. Mr. Chair, we support fully the proposal for amendment presented by Egypt and supported by many delegations, and we'd like to be included as co-sponsors of these amendments. Bangladesh is a country that is facing a triple challenge. Challenge of alleviating poverty for its more than 160 million people, the challenge of climate change, which is affecting it particularly, and the challenge of heritage conservation. We applaud this developing country's efforts to balance and manage these three challenges, and it should be encouraged and not be punished for undertaking in such a remarkable way and addressing in such a remarkable way the three challenges. The report itself clearly indicates that the OUV of the sites is maintained. The country has shown willingness and a desire to cooperate with the experts and has invited a mission which itself asserted the OUV has not been affected. Therefore, we call upon the committee to actually applaud the efforts of the government of Bangladesh, and we urge the experts to understand that countries have to feed their people and development projects cannot be stopped because at the end of the day, the people matter most. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, China, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Sundarbans is the largest continuous mangrove ecosystem in the world and has contributed greatly to combating against climate change. As one of the most densely populated countries in the world, Bangladesh has made a tremendous efforts in conserving this natural heritage while balancing the development. I just like to show you, dear colleagues, in OECD member states, there are 38 people per square meter of land area. But this figure in Bangladesh is 1,240. My delegation has got a vivid memory that during the 43rd session of the committee, the distinguished representative of Bangladesh showed a photo of the rivers on the screen and said, those white lines going down the green pages, you call them rivers, we call them mothers, because Bangladesh is nourished by rivers. The commitment of the state party to conserve this property has been well reflected in not only their words, but also their solid actions. Therefore, to be very brief, it is important to acknowledge the work conducted by the state party. Therefore, China joins the other delegations in supporting the proposed amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the comment. Now, Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hungary welcomes the progress that has been made by Bangladesh between the two last reactive monitoring missions in 2016 and 19, addressing the issues raised by the 2016 report, such as the progress made towards the completion of the strategic environmental assessment for the Southwest region, are considered as important steps towards the implementation of the previous decisions of the committee. Hungary also welcomes the recent biodiversity conservation efforts of the state party within the property, which resulted in positive trends in the population of the Bengal tiger, one of the flagship species of the Sundarbans World Heritage Site. In the light of the above, Hungary supports the amendment of the draft decision submitted by Egypt and other distinguished members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Kyrgyzstan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. We would like to thank the World Heritage Center and IUCN for their analysis of the state party's report and for their interventions today. We also join to that intervention and that pointed out that Bangladesh still faces huge developmental challenges, and the government is committed to eradicate poverty by 2030, the target date of Agenda 2030 on sustainable development. Kyrgyz Republic is pleased to co-sponsor the amendment submitted by Egypt, Russian Federation, China, Saudi Arabia, and Thailand, and believes that the amendment represents a balanced approach to economic development while paying due regard to the environmental sustainability and adequate protection of the heritage property by the state party. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Uganda, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Uganda is not comfortable with the way the draft decision is written. Whereas the state part of Bangladesh has done quite well in most areas, the mixed feelings expressed by IUCN and the World Heritage Center in paragraphs 3, 4, 8, 9, and 11 of the draft decision water down those milestones. In addition, Chair, paragraph 13 has been written with a predetermined position of placing the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. The submission of the State of Conservation report by the State Party and its eventual review by the World Heritage Center should not be destined for listing the property, but to give guidance on how the management of the property should be enhanced. In view of the above, Chair, Uganda would like to associate itself with amendments provided by Egypt, Russia, Saudi Arabia, China, and Thailand. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Nigerian delegation appreciates the efforts being made by Bangladesh. And like the other speakers have said, we know how conservation and development have to go hand in hand. So we are co-joining other countries like Egypt to support the amendment put forward, and we encourage Bangladesh to continue in their drive to see that the site is well maintained. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. In view of the time constraints, I wish to say that Thailand shares the views expressed by fellow committee members regarding the efforts and commitment of the State Party of Bangladesh to conserve the world's largest mangrove forest ecosystem and many other endangered wildlife species depending on it. Thailand has always held the view that economic development and environmental sustainability can and should go together. Thailand, therefore, is pleased to support the amendment submitted by Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Buenos días, muchas gracias, señor presidente, por darnos la palabra. Guatemala solamente quiere resaltar la importancia que tiene el ecosistema de los bosques de manglar por ser un ecosistema frágil, por su importancia para la conservación de especies marino-costeras y para la protección de los efectos del cambio climático. Por lo tanto, Guatemala quiere felicitar el trabajo realizado por UICN y también por el Estado parte e instarlo a que se implementen todas las recomendaciones que se le han realizado, que se le han dado. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bosnie-Herzégovine soutient la proposition de l'amendement. Vu ce que mes prédécesseurs ont dit, je n'ai à ajouter grand-chose, sauf d'encourager le pays, le Bangladesh, de continuer dans ces efforts qui sont importants pour le Bangladesh, mais aussi pour l'écosystème plus large. Je vous remercie.
Thank you for your comment. Now, I see no more questions in the comments. I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-7B.91 concerning this property. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have received an amendment submitted by a number of committee members. I will just wait a second until it's shared on the screen. Here it is. We have no changes proposed for the paragraphs 1 and 2, Mr. Chair.
Okay, dear committee members, we'll adopt the text paragraph by paragraph. So for paragraph 1, paragraph 2, agree? Approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 3 notes with satisfaction the conclusion of the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission that the property's outstanding universal value, OUV, including its hydrological and ecological processes and its biodiversity, remains present.
Do you accept this revision? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 4 notes that possible impacts from large-scale industrial developments may result in a high risk for the property's OUV if no further measures are taken based on a comprehensive assessment of existing and possible future negative factors and pressures.
Agree? Approved. Continue.
New paragraph 5 considers that the strategic environmental impact assessment, strategic environmental assessment, SEA, for the southwest region of Bangladesh should provide an adequate planning instrument for all future large-scale industrial development in the vicinity of the property. And the rest is proposed for deletion, Mr. Chair.
Norway, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We might agree with some of the amendments, but we have a suggestion for a new for a new wording, if I may.
Yes.
Considers that the strategic environmental assessment for the southwest region of Bangladesh should provide an adequate planning instrument.
Can you speak slowly so that the rapporteur can?
Sorry, I'll try to be slower.
Yeah.
Considers that the strategic environmental assessment for the southwest region of Bangladesh should provide an adequate planning instrument to ensure that large-scale industrial development in the vicinity of the property will not adversely impact the OUV. Thank you.
Okay. Australia, please.
Australia would like to support the amendment of Norway. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rapporteur, is okay now? Have you tabled out?
Shall we read it out loud, Mr. Chair? Just
yes.
to make sure.
Yes.
So, new paragraph 5 considers that the strategic environmental assessment, SEA, for the southwest region of Bangladesh should provide an adequate planning instrument to ensure that for all future large-scale industrial development in the vicinity of the property will not adversely impact the OUV.
Do you accept this revision? Norway again, yeah. Norway, you have the floor. Norway, you have the floor.
Sorry, we have a bit of problem with the sound. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's okay now.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maybe I did not express myself clearly enough, but it would remove the word future. It would be all large-scale industrial development. Thank you.
Okay. Do you accept this revision? No objection. Approved. Go ahead.
We have no modifications.
Sorry. Russia, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could we read this loudly another time, because I think we did not well understand the point.
Which paragraph?
The word of future considers that strategic environmental assessment for the southwestern region of Bangladesh should provide an adequate planning instrument. Because if we add the word future, it means that we are dealing with the retroactive law, because the strategic environmental assessment, it would be ready by August 2021. So I don't think it is suitable to put all the large-scale industrial development and to delete the word future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is also to support Russia. I would like to thank Norway for the amendment. However, we are not in agreement of inserting the term future. The SEE is meant to have a vision for the project. So we do not believe that the last amendment put forward by Norway is on it, and we can accept the term exactly as our amendments or in the first intervention of Norway, but not the last one. Thank you.
Thank you. Ethiopia, please.
Thank you. In short, we support what was said by Egypt and Russia, that it cannot pertain to, it should not be applicable retroactively, and that it concerns only future projects. Thank you.
Okay. Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We accept that the word future is deleted. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So you join. Okay. So for this paragraph 5, Any other comments? No, approved. Continue.
We have no modifications proposed for original paragraphs 5, 6, and 7, new paragraphs 6, 7, and 8, Mr. Chair.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go on.
New paragraph 9 reads, also notes with satisfaction that the state party has not given environmental clearance or permission for any large-scale industrial development adjacent to the property since the adoption of Decision 41-7b.25.
Any objection? No. Approved. Go on.
For the new paragraph 10, original paragraph 8, we have a minor modification. Further notes with satisfaction that 20 large scale and the rest of the paragraph continues as original draft decision, Mr. Chair.
Okay, approve? Okay, approved. Go on.
New paragraph 11. Noting that the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission report was made available only on 16 June 2021, further requests the state party to make efforts to fully implement all the recommendations made by the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission and previous committee decisions.
Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We suggest deleting to make efforts, otherwise we're fine with this amendment. Thank you.
Australia, please.
Australia supports the suggestion of Norway.
Okay. Do you accept this revision, modification? Okay, approved. Go on.
New paragraph 12 welcomes furthermore the efforts made by the state party to advance the SEA for the Northwest region now scheduled for completion in August 2021, urges the state party to ensure that the findings of SEA form the basis for future decision-making on development that may impact the OUV of the property, and requests, moreover, the state party to submit the final SEA, including the Strategic Environmental Management Plan, to the World Heritage Center for review by IUCN and subsequent examination by the committee at its 45th session.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go on.
New paragraph 13 also notes the ongoing expansion and dredging operations near Mongolia port. Mongolia port would require additional maintenance dredging and are likely to increase traffic on the Fuzhou River, and also urges the state party to ensure that no further decision is made for any new large-scale industrial and or infrastructural development, which may influence the OUV of the property until the SEA for the southwest region of Bangladesh is completed.
Approve? Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norway would agree with some of the amendments, but we would like to keep some parts of the old wording. Would you like me to read out the sentence?
Yes, please.
I start from, and urges the state party to ensure that no further decision is made for any new large-scale industrial or infrastructural development. And we would like to keep, which may influence the OUV of the property, including further development of Mongolia port or any other development that might further increase traffic on the Fuzhou River until the SEA for the southwest region of Bangladesh is completed. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Australia, please.
Australia again supports the changes suggested by
Thank you. Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair, and we regret to we do not agree with the last addition by Norway, and the main reason is that we do not believe that it would be useful to specify in advance what the SAA will have as a result. So we prefer to have the text as amended. Thank you.
Okay, Ethiopia, please.
We support the comments by Egypt. This inclusion of the last part, as suggested by Norway, prejudges what the SCA would be and presupposes that these development projects, it actually implies that they may affect the OUVs. It would be incorrect. It's stated there clearly that anything that influences the OUV property should stop until such time as the SCA is conducted. That should suffice. And we should not prejudge anything beforehand. Thank you.
Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We support also Egypt and Ethiopia. We said before that we should not prejudge. So we would like to maintain the previous sentence, the previous amendment. Thank you.
Russia, please.
Thank you, Chair. We support what the distinguished representative of Egypt suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Saudi Arabia, please. Oh, your microphone. Yes, your microphone is, we can't hear your voice. Yeah, we can't hear your voice. Should be unmuted. Yes. No sound. Then I come back to you. China first. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We support the text on the screen. So we stick to the our previous original amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa, now it's okay. Saudi Arabia is okay with you.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Okay. Yes.
Perfect. Please. We support Egypt, Ethiopia, Oman, Russia, and China. We do not want to prejudge, and this is a principle that we've agreed upon in previous decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa, please.
Thank you, Chair. We support Egypt's proposal to retain the paragraph, the sentence as is. Thanks.
Thank you. Nigeria, please.
We support Egypt, Ethiopia, and others that will leave the original text as it was.
Okay, thank you. Now, Norway, please. Do you like to join the consensus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We see that we are in a minority, so we will join the consensus. Thank you.
Good. So, any other comment on this paragraph? No more. Approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 14 expresses satisfaction on the progress made by the State Party in addressing issues raised by the 2016 Reactive Monitoring Mission over the construction of the Rampal power plant, but notes with concern that the development of the large-scale industrial projects, which could potentially impact the properties OUV in the absence of the SEA, continues to advance.
Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor again. We can agree with some parts of this wording, but we would like to suggest an addition or a change at the end. So if I could read out, but notes with concern that the development of the large-scale industrial projects, which could potentially impact the properties OUV, should not proceed before completion of an SCA in line with paragraph 118 bis of the operational guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Australia, please.
Again, Australia would like to support the amendment suggested by Norway.
Thank you for your comment. Bahrain, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We voice our support to this addition as well.
Okay. Any objection to this suggestion? Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. I failed to read the amendment on the screen. I don't know where is it exactly. If please Norway can just say it again, or the rapporteur can say it again.
It's coming. It's just coming. Yeah. Norway, please read it again.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I start from, but notes with concern that the development of the large-scale industrial projects which could potentially impact the properties OUV should not proceed before completion of an SCA in line with paragraph 118 bis in the operational guidelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Egypt, is okay for you?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll just, if you can just give us 1 minute, I would be thankful.
Yes. Maybe we continue. We come back to it. Okay, go ahead.
Next paragraph, which is the original paragraph 12 of the draft decision, is proposed for deletion, Mr. Chair.
Do you accept? Yes, accept. Now we come back to that paragraph. Egypt.
Thank you, Chair. It's fine with us, and we thank Norway for this amendment. Thank you.
Okay. Any other objection, comments? Ethiopia, please.
I'm not sure I understand, Chair, the last part of the sentence as amended by Norway correctly. We note with concern that development projects should not proceed. That's the meaning of the sentence. But English is not my first language, so maybe someone who speaks better English can enlighten us. We note with concern that it should not proceed.
Mr. Chair, perhaps I could read it loud, just to help.
Okay, you can read it loud.
Okay, I'm just reading the second half of the sentence, but notes with concern that the development of the large-scale industrial projects, which could potentially impact the properties OUV, should not proceed before the completion of the SEA in line with paragraph 118 bis of the operational guidelines.
So Ethiopia is okay with you?
If it's okay for the English speakers, it's okay for me. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So approve? Oh, approved. Mr. Rapporteur, please go ahead.
Apologies. New paragraph 15 finally requests the state party to submit to the World Heritage Center by 1 February 2022 an updated report on the state of conservation of the property and the implementation of the above for examination by the World Heritage Committee at its 45th session. Full stop.
Agree? Okay, approved. Dear committee members, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-7B.91 adopted as amended. I'd like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. National Committee for Saving the... No. Oh, Bangladesh, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as we take this floor for the first time, I would like to congratulate the government of China for an excellent organizing of the session and in an excellent manner that you yourself, Mr. Chair, have led the deliberation of the session. I would also like to thank our deep appreciation and gratitude to delegation of Egypt, Russian Federation, Saudi Arabia, China, Ethiopia, Thailand, Kyrgyzstan, Oman, Uganda, Nigeria, South Africa, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, as well as the delegations of Guatemala and Norway for the support extended to the amendments here. I would like to reiterate our commitment to safeguard the OUV of the most important natural heritage that we have, the Sundarbans. It is not only our commitment, we consider the property as a national pride. We would like to also assure the members of the committee with regard to our commitment to continue to engage with the advisory body and the secretariat in maintaining the OUV of the property and enhancing our cooperation and collaboration for the conservation of the heritage property itself. On behalf of the government of Bangladesh, on our personal behalf, we'd like to again thank the committee, and we wish to continue our strong partnership with the committee, with the secretariat, and with the advisory body. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'd like to give the floor to Dr. Rosler for some clarifications. Yes. Okay. Before I give the floor to Dr. Rosler, now National Committee for Saving the Thunderbounds, you have the floor for 1 minute intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The National Committee for Saving the Sundarbans would like to remind the committee that the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission concluded that the property's OUV continues to be threatened by possible impacts from large-scale industrial development. This includes the power plants at Rampal, Kolapara, and Talduli. Decision 41-7B.25 requires to ensure that any large-scale industrial and/or infrastructure developments will not be allowed to proceed before the SEA has been completed. This SEA must be done with scientific integrity and full participation, which is currently not happening, and must be reviewed by the committee at its 45th session. When an OUV is found threatened, the property must be inscribed on the list of World Heritage in danger. Ecological degradation of the site by large-scale industries will create a vicious cycle for Bangladesh facing climate change that must not be allowed to take hold. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your comment. World Heritage Watch, you have the floor for 1 minute intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We welcome and fully support the statement of the National Coalition for Saving the Sundarbans. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Dr. Rosler for some clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise 2 points. One is, I think this debate on sustainable development and balance with outstanding universal value and other developments at these sites, and I refer to the general debate which was raised by some of the committee members. I find this very important, and I would like to underline that in 2015, the General Assembly adopted the policy on sustainable development and World Heritage. And in this case, and as the ambassador of Bangladesh knows very well, we did something which really, I think, is a very good way forward. We did a masterclass together with the authorities of Bangladesh and our office in Dhaka and the World Heritage Center team. I participated myself, and I think this masterclass on sustainable development looked into the way forward for the World Heritage Sites, but also for the country overall in this regard. And we obtained extra budgetary funding for this. So I would like to say this because it's a good model to move forward on this debate. The second point I would like to raise, and that concerns the discussions we had at the beginning of our session today. I would like to underline that non-committee members cannot make amendments to draft decisions. This can be only done by members of the World Heritage Committees. of the World Heritage Committee. Statements made by observers will be reflected in the summary record. There is no way we would make footnotes or anything else to the draft decisions. Now, I would like to encourage observers, observer delegations, NGOs, etc., to also submit their statements to the World Heritage Center so that we have an accurate reflection in our summary records. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now let's proceed then. I invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of the mixed properties located in the Africa region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So we have the following sites: 71, Ennedi Massif, natural and cultural landscape in Chad; 72, Cliff of Bandiagara, the land of the Dogons in Mali; 170, Maloti Drakensberg Park, Lesotho, South Africa; and 171, Ngorongoro Conservation Area in the United Republic of Tanzania. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on the state of the conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I'd like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have just adopted the decision without discussion. I see none. Let's proceed then. I now invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of the mixed properties located in the Arab States region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have 73, the Ava of southern Iraq, the refuge of biodiversity and the relic landscape of the Mesopotamian cities in Iraq; and 74, Wadi Rum protected area in Jordan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties. Oh, Turkey, please, you have the floor. Excellency, it's muted. Microphone is muted. Your microphone is muted. Okay, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much again. Turkey disassociates itself from 2 paragraphs of the decision adopted in the absence of relevant riparian countries, entitled the Ahbar of Southern Iraq. We have strong reservations for paragraphs 6 and 7 of the decision. These 2 paragraphs are unacceptable for Turkey, as they entail directly the sovereign rights of my country. We regret that the decision has been drafted without taking into account the concerns and comments of the relevant riparian state parties, involvement of third parties without inaccurate data and knowledge in ongoing cooperation processes between the riparian countries is counterproductive and misleading. The adoption of the decision is an apparent proof of politicization, which is regrettable. Therefore, paragraphs 6 and 7 of the decision are null and void for Turkey. Regardless of this decision, Turkey will continue to closely cooperate with Iraq, also for the protection of the marshlands. We strongly urge the Secretariat to clearly reflect our position in the summary records and put a footnote on the decision about Turkey's disassociation from paragraphs 6 and 7. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The Secretariat will take note of what you said just now. Now, Iraq, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving Iraq the floor for the first time. Also, I would like to congratulate China for hosting these meetings. For the World Heritage Committee, we also express our thanks for the World Heritage Center and the advisory mission for their efforts and their concern about Al-Ahwar property. Mr. Chair, I would like to tell you that Iraq supported the decision 44.7b.73 but with a reservation about what was stated in paragraph 7 only, because Iraq is a downstream country and is affected by the fluctuations of water incomes from the upstream countries. So there is a need to amend this paragraph. Finally, I would like to clarify that one of the Iraqi priorities is to maintain the property of Al-Ahwar and its ecosystem. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Your remarks have been taken note. Thank you. Okay. Now, Iran, please, you have the floor.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, thank you, Mr. Chairperson, for allowing me to take the floor. First of all, I would like to recall that the Islamic Republic of Iran has been faithful to all the UNESCO conventions it is party to, and my government is committed to fulfilling its duties in this regard. Although the resolution on the Ahwar of southern Iraq has been adopted by the esteemed members of the committee, I would like to briefly draw your attention to the following points. Given the considerable work carried out by the IUCN, as well as the complexity of the situation in the region, it would be appropriate for Iran to also have been informed prior to the submission of the report on the status of the property to the WHC. Secondly, as this issue is very important in bilateral relations and regional cooperation, it was necessary to discuss the report and the draft resolution in order to properly clarify the various aspects of the situation of the property. Thirdly, Iran has already informed the committee as well as the director of the World Heritage Center of its position on the report and items 6 and 7 of the draft resolution, and request the committee that this position be reflected in the summary report of the 55th session of the World Heritage Committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comment. Your remarks have been taken note. Now the World Heritage Watch, you have the floor for 1 minute intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representing Save the Tigris, a coalition of civil society organizations from 9 countries concerned with the protection of the Ahwar in southern Iraq, we would like to comment on the current draft decision. On 12 May 2021, the World Heritage Center received 2 notes from the State Party of Turkey relevant for the Ahwar. They included clarifications regarding recent transboundary water management between Iraq and Turkey, as well as notes on the alterations of the Iraqi marsh over time. We call on the World Heritage Committee to make these notes publicly available for civil society. We support the call to suspend work on Mahul Dam as soon as possible. The State Party of Iraq relaunched this dam project without adequate transparency or consultations. We welcome the request of the World Heritage Center to request the state parties of Iran, Iraq, and Turkey to undertake a strategic environmental assessment. We believe the World Heritage Center should request for this assessment to focus specifically on existing and planned dams and the Tigris-Euphrates basin. We would recommend the World Heritage Center to request the State Party of Iraq to take measures to further strengthen law enforcement in the marshes in order to protect biodiversity, particularly the law
to interrupt you.
2009 for protection and improvement of the environment, which was adopted a decade ago but is lacking enforcement. Oil activities continue to take place near.
Sorry to interrupt you now because of the time constraints. Yeah. Now I give the floor to Dr. Rossler for some clarification.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wish to thank the observer delegations of Iraq, Iran, and Turkey for the comments. These will be duly reflected in the summary records of the session. I think in the chat you have also received the email to which you can address any of your statements. As explained before, changes to draft decisions or to the decisions just adopted by the World Heritage Committee cannot be done by observer states. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I suggested that we have 10 minutes technical break.
Is this close? Close enough, like this? It's on. Oh.
let's proceed then. I invite now Mrs. Stephanie Glasinger of the Europe and North America unit of the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies to present the report on the state of conservation of the mixed property located in this region, which has been opened for discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I will continue with the transboundary mixed World Heritage Property, Natural and Cultural Heritage of the Ohrid region, located in Albania and North Macedonia. The state of conservation of the property, natural and cultural heritage of the Ohrid region is being reviewed by the committee since 2014, when the committee considered in decision 38.7b.58 that planned large-scale infrastructure projects were likely to have a significant direct and indirect impact on the outstanding universal value of the property. A certain or potential danger to the property has been acknowledged by the committee in 2016 in decision 40.7b.68, and in 2017 the committee considered in decision 41.7b.34 that the overall state of conservation of the property is increasingly vulnerable, and that if priority recommendations of the Reactive monitoring mission of April 2017 were not implemented within a 2-year time frame, so until 2019, the property may face potential danger in line with paragraphs 179 and 180 of the operational guidelines. In 2019, with the approved significant boundary modification to include the rest of Lake Ohrid located in Albania, the committee requested in decision 43.8b.9 both states parties to invite a joint World Heritage Center, ICOMOS and IUCN Reactive monitoring mission. And also in 2019, the committee considered the possible inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger in case of confirmation of danger to the outstanding universal value of the property in the aforementioned decision and in decision 43.7b.36. The mission then took place in January 2020 and concluded that although efforts have been made by both states parties in order to address the recommendations and decisions of the committee and previous missions recommendations, such as the one of 2017, many of these recommendations have not been implemented, several have only been partially or insufficiently been implemented, and many of them have not been addressed at all. And moreover, new threats have been identified during the mission. The transboundary property continues to suffer from an accumulation of negative changes and uncoordinated developments which have occurred over the decades and which have led the property's integrity and authenticity to be vulnerable. Thus, in view of the Secretariat, ICOMOS and IUCN, the property meets the conditions for inscription on the list of World Heritage in danger. And with your kind permission, Mr. Chairperson, I would like to propose to give the floor first to IUCN, followed by ICOMOS, in order to provide further elaborations on the threats to the natural and cultural values. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this presentation. And now, ICOMOS, then IUCN, to be concise. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, IUCN was speaking.
IUCN, just to very briefly, Mr. Chair, recall for the nature conservation values that the 2020 reactive monitoring mission concluded that whilst efforts have been made on matters such as improved wastewater treatment, the establishment of waste collection systems and control of invasive species, that these are not yet addressing the threats that have been identified to the property's natural values, and as such, the hydrology and biodiversity of Lake Ohrid remain exposed across the entire lake ecosystem, including to the discharge of pollution, to tourism-related pressures, and to the impacts of uncontrolled urban development and the inappropriate exploitation of coastal zones. And Mr. Chair, ICOMOS will continue on the cultural values.
Thank you. ICOMOS, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, welcoming the immediate actions in some areas made by both state parties, ICOMOS nevertheless considers that the progress made has not been at all commensurate with the scope and extent of the many threats facing the OUV of the property, nor does it capture the urgency of the situation or begin to halt the increasing degradation. ICOMOS considers that without a clear and agreed change of direction, the OUV of the property will not be sustained in the face of the rapidly progressing irreversible threats that it now is under. Halting and reversing the cumulative degradation will take considerable concerted efforts over a long time span. To achieve this, we consider that a clearly defined strategic recovery plan is urgently needed, with short, medium and longer term actions, adequate resources, a transboundary approach, and a clear vision for the property. The committee needs to be assured that a new direction is in place through a commitment to develop and deliver such a plan. ICOMOS considers that inscription of the transboundary property on the list of World Heritage in Danger is justified in terms of the very high and extensive vulnerabilities that this property faces. But it also considers that the process of danger listing could help with the recovery, development of recovery structures that are so urgently needed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like to know whether there are any comments. Dear committee members, due to the time constraints, once again, I have to emphasize that and also kindly ask you to be very brief on your general comments. Thank you. Now, Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear colleagues of the committee, the states parties of Albania and North Macedonia, Norway would like to make this intervention simply to remind ourselves of the fact that this issue was widely discussed during our last committee session in 2019. Despite all the positive changes, the documents tell an alarmingly similar story to the one that we learned back then. And we are sorry to state that today, 2 years later, the OUE with its attributes is even further eroded and threatened. Back then, the majority of the committee granted the extra year that the state parties asked for, and within which they promised they would turn the negative development in another direction. Back then, Norway gave in for the consensus, of course, stating the following, and I quote, this is from 2019. Willingness to dialogue and collaboration will be essential, taking into consideration the grave situation of the World Heritage property has been facing for quite a long time. Therefore, in the future, we expect to see the following. We expect to see two states parties that collaborate on all levels and that represent the World Heritage property together, regardless of the challenges. Taking into consideration the severe decay and the uncontrolled development of the property, we also expect to see two states parties that have done and continue to do their utmost to ensure that the OUE is not further weakened. End of quote. Mr. President, we see no proof of such. We see no proof of the state parties wishing to do their utmost for the unique and yet universal heritage. So finally, and therefore, we refer to the paragraphs 179 and 180 of the operational guidelines, and we support the original draft decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your comment. Bahrain, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to support both the state parties of North Macedonia and Albania in their pursuit to improve the legal processes and management structures of the site, as well as the demolition of unauthorized structures on the site itself. This outstanding lake is a major European biodiversity hotspot and an ancient aquatic ecosystem. Having said that, we remain concerned with the technical aspects presented by the advisory bodies, which highlight numerous threats to the site of the Ohrid region. The lake has been facing pressures resulting from pollution, urbanization, waste management issues, and agriculture alongside tourism, having caused degradation of the water quality of the lake, as well as affecting the species found within it. The advisory bodies have noted other threats to the site since 1988, resulting from increased economic and demographic developments and excessive construction, which continue to increase year on year. in addition to 4 proposed infrastructure projects within the site. An integrated conservation approach linking both culture and nature is urgent, and a strategic environmental assessment is required prior to developing a strategic recovery plan. It is our view that the draft decision presented appropriately reflects the comments aforementioned and therefore support the draft decision as is. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please.
Thank you, Chair. Australia commends the state parties for their efforts in addressing the recommendations of previous advisory and reactive monitoring missions to the property. We do, however, note the concerns of the advisory bodies about the state of conservation of the property, in particular in relation to inappropriate developments. We urge the state's parties to fully implement all the recommendations of the 2019 committee decisions 43-8B9 and 43-7B36. We're pleased to see a recommendation in the draft decision that calls on the 2 states parties with the World Heritage Centre and ICOMOS to develop a strategic recovery plan with an action plan that clearly sets out defined aims and outcomes to mitigate threats to the OUV of the property with a set of corrective measures. We consider that a joint planning approach is essential for the protection of OUV of this transboundary property and urge the states parties to prioritise developments of the strategic recovery plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Russia, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, we would like to commend the state parties who, in spite of the serious adversities, such as a devastating earthquake in November 2019 and the pandemic of COVID-19, continued their efforts for the implementation of the recommendations stemming from corresponding World Heritage Committee decisions and the reactive monitoring mission. Both countries commit to develop a detailed joint strategic recovery plan with an associated phased action plan that sets out clearly defined aims and outcomes to mitigate threats to the OUV with a set of corrective measures, including a time frame for their implementation, and which would provide an overarching transboundary political and institutional framework for addressing identified threats facing the property. This plan is supposed to be presented to the World Heritage Centre by February 2022. We recognize that there are still important aspects that require continued attention in order to ensure that this exceptional site is duly preserved and protected. However, we believe that the proposal to include the property into the list of heritage in danger would be an untimely and counterproductive step. In our view, the committee would approve fair decision if it encourages the state parties in their commitment to implement the corrective measures recommended by World Heritage Centre in the best possible way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hungary welcomes the steps taken by Northern Macedonia and Albania to conserve the natural and cultural heritage of the Ohrid region World Heritage Site by both countries, in particular their efforts to demolish illegal structures, as well as their joint high-level commitment to developing the strategic recovery plan together with a phased action plan. Hungary highly appreciates the efforts made by both countries to ensure the legislative framework and to initiate the sanitation and rehabilitation of the Lake Ohrid wastewater management system. It is also noted with satisfaction that North Macedonia suspended building permits between July 2019 and February 2020. On this basis, and in the view of the challenging circumstances limiting the implementation on the World Heritage Committee's previous decisions, including the earthquake in Albania at the end of 2019, Hungary supports the amendment of the draft decision submitted by Bosnia-Herzegovina in order to allow sufficient time for the state parties to implement their joint efforts to prevent the inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Aware of the need for stronger action, since 2017, North Macedonia has made progress regarding the protection of the Orhed region and remains fully committed to doing so going forward. Since the property extends to the Albanian part in 2019, Albania has improved its planning in line with its commitments in protecting the outstanding universal value of the property in conformity with its World Heritage status. Further, both countries have established transboundary coordination bodies at local and central levels, which they have committed to improving and making it fit for purpose, as noted in the 2020 Reactive Monitoring Mission. Having noted the progress achieved over the past 2 years, and under exceptionally difficult circumstances for both countries, we consider it necessary that the Orhed region should not be inscribed on the danger list. We support the amendment proposed by Bosnia to provide the state's parties with appropriate time to continue their work. We note that both countries foster a cooperative and open relationship with the World Heritage Center and the advisory bodies, which is commendable and an example of good cooperation. Therefore, we consider it necessary that North Macedonia and Albania be given more time to continue the good work in which they have embarked and acknowledge the progress and commitment they have demonstrated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to stress that Ohrid region is a unique site in Southeast Europe with mixed property covering a large territory. It needs protection, and it is very complicated to assure this protection, and management challenges are many. So we acknowledge that state party which have committed to address to the international community, seek international assistance and expertise whenever it needs. We, as my predecessors said, in past 2 years, we can note the progress achieved in this in the activity of 2 days, two states. And what is very important, this is cooperation between 2 states for all region and this exceptional site. If we are allowed to forget all these efforts, to put them on the list, it is very much encouraging, not only for 2 states, but also for many other similar situation in which people, in which states, in which region needs help, support, and to be encouraged, not to be forgotten. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. China, please, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。2019年第43届世界遗产大会上，该遗产项目通过边界重大调整，成为北阿两国跨境的遗产，体现了缔约国携手努力守护珍贵遗产的坚定信心和行动。中方赞赏北阿两国为保护遗产开展的合作。跨境遗产保护需两国协调行动，中方希望给缔约国更多的时间开展协调，做好保护，进一步落实遗产委员会决定和联合反应性监测考察的建议，共同保护好珍贵的世界遗产。谢谢。
Thank you for your comment. Now, Guatemala, please, you have the floor.
Buenos días, muchas gracias. En este sentido, Guatemala reconoce los esfuerzos que los Estados parte ya han hecho. Al mismo tiempo ve urgente la necesidad de proteger este bien mixto, el cual, como ya lo hemos visto y lo han mencionado, cada vez se ve más amenazado y que este pues ha sido un proceso ya de décadas. Vemos que al unir los esfuerzos internacionales se puede lograr un impacto positivo para este bien mixto, todo esto con el fin de trabajar y avanzar de forma conjunta con los Estados partes. Damos nuestro voto de confianza a los reportes que han emitido tanto ICOMOS como UICN y por lo tanto pues estamos a favor del proyecto original de decisión y pues como bien ya lo mencionó Noruega, pues este ha sido un tema que ya se ha discutido y pues que se ha tomado decisiones en años anteriores. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. Now, I give the floor to the World Heritage Center.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je voulais simplement faire une remarque générale sur l'esprit du projet de décision qui a été soumise à l'attention des distingués membres du comité et peut-être aussi pour aller dans le sens des distingués représentants de la Russie et de South Arabia. Le projet de décision qui est présenté non seulement répond à l'analyse factuelle, scientifique et technique faite par le Centre du patrimoine mondial et par les organismes consultatifs, mais il répond aussi à l'esprit de la Convention et en particulier le paragraphe 177 des orientations des biens pour lequel une éventuelle inscription sur la liste des biens, sur la liste en péril, permet de donner un signal fort et encourager, accélérer la coopération et la coordination entre tous les États concernés par un bien. En ce qui concerne cette coopération, je souhaite rappeler à l'attention des distingués membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial l'excellente coopération qui s'est développée avec les deux États parties, avec le Centre du patrimoine mondial. Et bien sûr, c'est dans cet esprit que nous continuerons à travailler avec ces deux États parties. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, Bosnia-Herzegovina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think it would be useful. Thank you. I think it would be useful to give the floor to representatives of two countries, North Macedonia and Albania, to tell us the reason of this kind of request or to explain more about the situation on the site. Thank you.
I hope you can formulate a question for the state parties to answer. So, Spain, please, you have the floor.
There is not a question to just to ask them to explain the reasons of time they need and what they are ready to, what can they do in this time?
After the committee members. Now, Spain, please, you have the floor.
Gracias, presidente. Teníamos también la misma duda que se ha planteado ahora, porque es nuestra voluntad apoyar en todo lo que podamos a Albania y a Macedonia del Norte, pero después de oír el informe y ver un poco los progresos que ha habido, dudamos si realmente la permanencia en la lista no permite un mayor nivel de ayuda. Siempre tenemos esta consideración de que la lista en peligro es algo negativo y en situaciones concretas puede favorecer la llamada a la cooperación internacional. Queríamos hacer algunas de las preguntas que ya se han formulado en el sentido de si en el tiempo que se está pidiendo se considera que va a haber grandes avances o no, porque en este momento, tal y como está redactada la propuesta original, más allá de nuestra voluntad de ayuda a Macedonia y a Albania, quizá si les sacamos de la lista estamos haciéndoles un acto de buena voluntad, pero un flaco favor si con eso restamos apoyos internacionales. Escucharemos las respuestas de las preguntas que se han formulado.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. Now I give the floor to the states parties. Albania first. You have the floor.
Thank you.
For brief, to be brief.
Yes. Distinguished Chairperson, dear Director of the UNESCO World Heritage Center, dear members of the World Heritage Committee, dear ambassadors, dear colleagues, dear participants. By decision at its 43rd session in Baku in July 2019, the World Heritage Committee decided on significant boundary modification of the World Heritage Property, Natural and Cultural Heritage of the Ohrid region by extending the property across the border to Albania. Shortly after that, in November 2019, Albania suffered the consequences of a devastating earthquake, the consequences of which we are trying to recuperate to this day. We are working vigorously in all sectors so that those affected can overcome the shock. Not only move into new homes, but also build a better future in the new urban centers we are building. Without recovering from such grave event, Albania, like the rest of the world, was isolated because of COVID-19 pandemic, and all of our attention was focused on saving lives. The report of the Reactive mission, which visited the property in January 2020, was only just 7 months after the decision taken in Baku and 2 months after the earthquake. Despite the work accomplished by the two states parties, the report recognizes that there are still important aspects that require continued attention in order to ensure that this exceptional site is duly preserved and protected. For this property, as for any other one inscribed in the World Heritage List, which is faced with a difficult dilemma between the need for development and the permanent need for protection and preservation, there is need for continued patient discussion based on clear commitments conducive to verified results. Albania and North Macedonia have informed the member of the committee that they are fully aware of the serious issues, but stand ready to accelerate their work to properly deal with all vulnerabilities and potential threats. The State Party of Albania highly appreciates the recommendation of the Joint Reactive Monitoring Mission, welcoming the mission commitment to the protection of the OUV and agreeing in principle on its recommendations. Despite this, we ensure that in the period immediately after the inscription until now, a period that coincides with the COVID-19 pandemic, the state conservation of the property has not deteriorated. In view of the above, we would like to emphasize briefly as follows. Regarding illegal construction, over the last year, all illegal construction along the lakeshore...
Due to the time constraints, I'm sorry, I have to interrupt you now.
Thank you.
Now, I give the floor to North Macedonia. Please be concise, brief.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Republic of North Macedonia is exceptionally proud to have had the Ohrid region inscribed on the UNESCO World Heritage List and to have recently celebrated 40 years since inscription. We remain fully committed to maintaining the World Heritage status for the property and to ensure its protection, conservation and sustainable management. Over the last 2 years, North Macedonia continued to intensify its efforts to implement the committee's decisions. While we remain aware that further efforts are needed to address identified vulnerabilities and threats, I would like to highlight some of the major efforts undertaken and which we have done in spite of the human and financial constraints caused by the health pandemic. The management plan was adopted and is being implemented without significant hurdles. The first stage of the sanitation of the wastewater management system is completed. Funds are being secured for the next stage as well as for the extension of the system to the Albanian border. The struggle in railway plans have been stopped till the proper analyses are conducted and an alternative connection point is agreed upon with Albania and in consultation with the centre and the advisory bodies. The lake shore is being cleared of illegally built structures along the full length of the coast, a process which continues and which will be expanded throughout the property. The Studentičko Marsh, a Ramsar site, will be protected as a park of nature under domestic legislation. Temporary protection has been effectuated until the end of the legislative process. Since 2019, driven by the care for the Ohrid region, North Macedonia and Albania have developed an even closer relationships. Going forward, we have committed to produce a joint strategic recovery plan and to improve the bilateral management structure to make it for purpose. And we are fully committed to protecting the outstanding universal value of the Lake Ohrid region. By working ever closer together, we are determined to make the management of the heritage site an example of cooperation and good neighborly relations. For these reasons, Mr. Chairman, we urge the committee to provide us more time. In return, we pledge to fulfill our obligations and ensure the integrity and authenticity of the Ohrid region for ourselves and for the future generations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment. Now I see no more questions in the comments. I now invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-7B.77 concerning this property. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments on the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have an amendment submitted by Bosnia and Herzegovina, as shown on the screen. We have no modifications proposed to paragraphs 1, 2, and 3, Mr. Chair.
Dear committee members, shall we adopt the text paragraph by paragraph? Okay, so for paragraph 1, 2, 3, no revision. Agree? Okay, agreed. Go ahead.
We have a minor modification proposed for paragraph 4, removing over the past 6 years and adding past missions recommendations, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Okay, agreed. Approved. Go ahead.
We have another minor modification proposed for paragraph 5, removing utmost and just mentioning expresses concern.
Approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
We have no modifications proposed for the paragraphs 6 and 7.
Approve? Okay, approved.
We have a minor modification proposed for paragraph 8, removing poor and inserting insufficient implementation.
Do you accept? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
We have no modifications proposed for paragraph 9.
Agree? Okay, agreed. Go ahead.
Paragraph 10 reads, further considers that a continued erosion of the attributes combined with the continuing impact of the development in both parts of the transboundary property may represent actual and potential danger to the property according to the paragraphs 179 and 180 of the operational guidelines, which need to be immediately and properly addressed individually by the state parties, but also through a more robust and higher level of coordination among them.
Do you accept this paragraph? Okay. Approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 11 of the original draft decision is proposed for deletion.
Agree? Norway, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would just like to add that we, of course, also acknowledge the positive actions taken. And we also have sympathy with the suffering that the state parties have suffered during the earthquake and the COVID-19 pandemic. However, it seems to, and we note that the arguments from our distinguished colleagues in the committee, we understand that we're now moving towards consensus of the adoption of this new amendment. And we are granting, if I understand correctly, the state parties 2 more years before danger listing is considered. If this is the fact, Norway will not again go against the consensus, of course, but Norway would have, however, like to disassociate itself from such decision. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, dear committee members, from now the deliberation on the, I can see that we have diverging views for the text. So to avoid lengthy debates and the deadlock, you may need more time for dialogue. As chairperson, I would like to propose establishing a drafting group from all the concerned parties, including the World Heritage Center and the advisory body. Is it okay for you? Norway or the other committee members, do you agree to constitute a draft group?
That's okay for Norway if that's necessary. Yes, thank you, Chair.
Other colleagues, if you have no objection, then we can go this way. Can I suggest that Norway, Bahrain, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Russia to constitute the draft group? And the World Heritage Center and the advisory body join the group. And maybe Bosnia Herzegovina and Norway, you can co-convene the meeting. Is it okay?
That's okay, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Bosnia Herzegovina is okay for you?
Oui, nous sommes d'accord.
Okay, great. So then you will inform the Secretariat and the committee about your progress and the time that you wish to bring the consensual text back. Thank you. We leave them open and then we proceed then. I now invite Dr. Rosler to read the list of the properties located in the Latin America and the Caribbean region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have 78 ancient Maya city and protected tropical forests of Calakmul, Campeche in Mexico, and 172 historic sanctuary of Machu Picchu in Peru. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I'd like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. one. I see now. Let's proceed then. With this, dear colleagues, we are now moving to natural properties also located in the Africa region. For the first property to be discussed, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Guy de Bonnet of the World Heritage Center and IUCN to present the report on the W. Ali Pendari complex. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next site is the W. Ali Pendari complex of Benin, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Unfortunately, the state of conservation of this property is increasingly impacted by the growing insecurity in the Sahel region. Examples are the murderous attack of 9th of August 2020 in the vicinity of the property and the ambush on 27th of April 2021 of an anti-poaching patrol. Several terrorist groups are reported to be active in different parts of the property, and this has led to the evacuation of all protection staff from the Arli and Ve parks in Burkina Faso, as confirmed by the State Party on the 7th of July 2020. With the total absence of management presence in these components of the property, the OUV is faced with potential danger as defined in paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines. Consequently, it is recommended that the committee inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. It is hoped that the danger listing will contribute to alert the international community of the critical situation of the property and support the three state parties in preparation of a roadmap to improve the state of conservation of the complex. Thanks to the financial support from Norway, the World Heritage Center is working with the three state parties and its partners in the organization of national and regional consultations and a high-level meeting to develop this roadmap. We want to underline once again that the inscription of sites on the danger list can bring many benefits to the conservation of sites, especially in the case of armed conflict and insecurity. In similar cases in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Mali or Côte d'Ivoire, to name a few, the danger listing contributed to focusing the international attention on the threats to the properties as a result of the conflict, and made it possible to mobilize political and diplomatic support for their conservation. It facilitated the interventions of UNESCO through the UN channels, including through active peacekeeping operations, and contributed to the mobilizing of important financial support for their conservation. I also want to note that the World Heritage Center and IUCN had a meeting with the state parties of Benin and Burkina Faso on the 21st of July. In the meeting, the state parties informed the World Heritage Center and IUCN that although they acknowledge the benefits of the danger listing, they would like more time to ensure the conservation of the property. IUCN would also like to intervene on this site, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the presentation. Now, IUCN, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Il est essentiel qu'un système de gestion soit mis en place dans l'ensemble du bien transfrontalier afin de protéger et de gérer efficacement sa valeur universelle exceptionnelle, notamment sa riche biodiversité et ses écosystèmes variés. Malheureusement, Monsieur le Président, l'absence récente de gestion dans les composantes Arli et W au Burkina Faso, qui a résulté de l'insécurité dans la région, représente clairement un danger potentiel pour la VUE du bien. Les impacts négatifs de l'insécurité mettent le bien dans une situation de mise en péril, malgré les efforts des États parties et de leurs partenaires pour protéger et gérer efficacement ce bien du patrimoine mondial. À cet effet, Monsieur le Président, la recommandation d'inscription du bien sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril est une opportunité pour renforcer l'appui technique aux trois États parties et à leurs partenaires de conservation face à ces menaces majeures. Enfin, Monsieur le Président, l'UICN remercie l'initiative prise par les trois États parties à travers un dialogue avec l'UICN et le Centre du patrimoine mondial pour appréhender davantage ce contexte difficile dans lequel se trouve le site. L'UICN s'engage à accompagner toutes les initiatives de préservation de ce site. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much. Observer or read SOS. I have noticed your request for the floor, but as we have a drafting group on the item, I suggest that you take the floor after the decision is made. We proceed.
Can you tell me
now,
when that will be, please?
I will tell you in time.
Thank you.
I would like to know whether there are any comments. South Africa, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. South Africa is taking the floor to seek an amendment of the draft decision 44.7b.79 regarding the W. Ali Penjari complex, WAP. We are objecting to the proposal to inscribe this property on the list of World Heritage in danger. We have submitted our proposed amendments to the draft decision for the committee's consideration. The reasons provided by the Secretariat and the advisory bodies for proposing to inscribe WAP in the danger list are largely related to the security situation in the Sahel region and its impact on the site. The W. Ali Penjari complex is a natural transnational property shared between the Republic of Niger, Burkina Faso, and the Republic of Benin in West Africa. It is one of the very few transnational properties on the World Heritage List. In November 2019, pursuant to the World Heritage Committee's decision 41.8b.3, the three parties prepared and submitted to the World Heritage Center an extensive report on the state of conservation of the complex. In the report, the state parties highlighted steps undertaken to address a range of challenges, including those related to security. They acknowledged the problem of security due to terrorist activities in the sub-region and its impact on the security of the site. However, the state parties have instituted a series of measures to mitigate these risks. For example, they have, among others, increased the joint surveillance and protection patrols of the complex in collaboration with the respective defense and security forces, strengthened the capacities of the military personnel and agents in techniques and equipment appropriate for the operations of the complex, and have deployed the military brigades in strategic locations in the vicinity of the complex. Steps have also been taken to intensify the fight against poaching, gold panning, and transhumance in the area. More trained and equipped surveillance officers have been recruited, and management units of the complex have been provided with the relevant patrol equipment. The state parties are of the opinion that the security concerns should be viewed in the context of the overall security challenge facing the region. Similarly, we should also acknowledge great efforts by national, regional, and international partners to address this problem and create conditions that are conducive for development. The WEB complex has a huge potential to be a source of tourism and development in Niger, Burkina Faso, and Benin. Inscribing this site in the list of World Heritage in danger will send a wrong message to the people of the sub-region. Throughout this session of the World Heritage Committee, delegations have called for the implementation of the convention and operational guidelines in a balanced manner, putting people and development at the center of our efforts. We request that this site not be inscribed in the World Heritage in danger, and that the World Heritage Center should continue dialogue with the state parties. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Uganda, please.
Thank you, Chair, and I will be very brief. Chair, the delegation of the Republic of Uganda has reviewed the analysis and draft decision 44.7b.79 in respect to listing the WAP complex on the list of World Heritage in danger. My delegation realized that both documents, WHC/21/44.com/7b.at, and the analysis do not provide adequate information to to guide decision-making by this committee. Despite the information given relating to the presence of terrorist activities on the territory of Burkina Faso, no information has been given on whether the same situation is faced by the states parties of Benin and Niger to determine the extent of terrorist occupation. There is also no information about the status of the biodiversity to determine whether the property has deteriorated or not, as guided by paragraph 176E of the operational guidelines. We are also reliably informed that the last time the monitoring team from World Heritage Center was on site is in 2004. In the circumstances, Chair, placing the property on the list of World Heritage properties in danger without adequate information and in the absence of the desired state of conservation plan, it would be premature for this committee to take such a drastic decision. In light of the above, Chair, my delegation does not support the draft decision. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Ethiopia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Speaking also along the lines of what was expressed by my colleagues from South Africa and Uganda, we do not support the decision as it stands, the draft decision, and support the amendments introduced by South Africa, which we are co-sponsoring. We do this because we are opposed to the listing on the endangered list, as was stated earlier, because the site has not been visited by our experts since 2004. That's a very long time. Secondly, there is no or lack of information on the actual deterioration of the property. Thirdly, there has been extensive efforts made by the state party to address the challenges, namely the security challenges related to terrorism in the Sahel, in terms of increased joint surveillance, strengthened capacity of security personnel, and also in addressing the challenges of poaching. So in light of all these elements, we are against the enlisting on the endangered list. We support the country's efforts to address the challenges that they encounter, and we thank also the countries that are providing support, principally I think Norway, for all that they're doing to ensure that this magnificent transboundary site remains as is. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. China, please, you have the floor.
谢谢主席。中方赞赏贝宁、布基纳法索和尼日尔为落实本委员会第41届会议的决定，在2019年召开的三方会议共同制定 WAP Complex 保护状况报告。中方肯定三方为保护世界遗产所采取的措施，以及与咨询机构开展的密切合作。中方对遗产地出现的不安全因素表示遗憾，向因开展遗产地保护工作而失去生命的管理者的家人表示最深切的哀悼。中方认为，世界遗产应当促进作为增进相互理解、和平与可持续发展的重要桥梁。中方建议，世界遗产中心和咨询机构在安全形势允许的情况下，尽快开展联合反应性监测、考察与缔约国一道，寻求改善遗产地保护管理的具体方案。考虑到跨国项目的合作需要时间进行协调，以及目前的疫情情况。中方建议给缔约国更多的时间，暂缓列入濒危名录。中方支持南非提交的决定修正案。谢谢主席。
Thank you for your comment. Now, Mali, please, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Selon le rapport de la plateforme intergouvernementale sur la biodiversité et les services systémiques, la nature décline globalement à un rythme sans précédent dans l'histoire humaine et le taux d'extinction des espèces s'accélère, provoquant des effets graves sur les populations humaines du monde entier. Monsieur le Président, à la lumière de la lecture et l'analyse des documents concernant les biens naturels, WAP, nous prenons acte des efforts consentis par les États parties et les partenaires pour la conservation de la diversité biologique à travers la gestion durable dans ces aires protégées exceptionnelles de l'Afrique subsaharienne. Sur la base des constats faits et l'importance de la conservation des aires de biodiversité d'envergure dans un contexte de lutte contre le changement climatique, nous soutenons les recommandations des 3 États parties, Bénin, Burkina Faso et Niger, faites du comité du patrimoine mondial à ne pas inscrire le site naturel transfrontalier du WAP sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Nous suggérons plutôt un accompagnement accru de la communauté internationale à travers l'UNESCO pour l'élaboration d'une feuille de route réaliste en vue d'améliorer l'état de conservation du complexe du WAP et pour la mobilisation des ressources nécessaires afin de sécuriser le site. Par conséquent, nous soutenons le projet d'amendement proposé par l'Afrique du Sud. Je vous remercie.
Thank you. Now I give the floor to Saudi Arabia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Perfect. Mr. Chair, in the interest of time, I will not take too long. We support the amendment proposed by South Africa for the aforementioned reasons by all the member states before us. And we would like to give more time to the state parties while appreciating the efforts made by them to conserve and preserve this transnational file. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Nigeria, please.
Yes, Nigeria joins South Africa and other countries to say that this transboundary natural site is a very good site and we need it on the World Heritage List, not on the World Heritage List in danger. So we'll join our voices to others to allow these 3 countries more time so that whatever additional conservation works need to be done, they'll be able to do it, considering some of the challenges they are facing, including wars and other things going on in the West African region. So we support the amendment by South Africa and other state parties that have spoken before Nigeria. Thank you very much, Mr. Chief.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Norway, please. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Norway appreciates the important actions taken by the state parties to address the threats of the property and notes that they would need more time to implement measures to fully protect the outstanding universal value. Norway acknowledges and encourages these efforts, and we will not oppose the amendment proposed by South Africa. We do, however, note with great concern the security situation and the potential impact on OUV, and we believe that this deserves the greatest attention by the global community. We would like to highlight the comments made by the World Heritage Center and the IUCN that inscribing a site on the world list of World Heritage in danger allows the World Heritage Committee to allocate immediate attention and assistance to endangered properties. We have experienced this to be an effective mechanism, most recently demonstrated by Salonga in DRC. We therefore ask the state parties concerned to take this into account should the property face the same challenges next year. At the same time, we would like to express our deepest sympathy regarding the critical security situation in the Sahel region. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Allow me first to thank you for the kind words addressed to my delegation on the occasion of the National Day. I would like also to thank other members of the committee for the kind words and their congratulations. Mr. Chairman, we would like to support the intervention of South Africa and the amendments presented to the draft decision on the W. Arley Penjari complex. The state parties undertook excellent effort in the last few months to enhance the status of the site. We believe that we should give more time to the current fruitful dialogue between the World Heritage Center and the 3 state parties, namely Benin, Burkina Faso, and Niger. And we believe that the inscription on the endangered list without adequate information would be premature and wrong. Finally, Mr. Chairman, we would like to draw the attention to the fact that there has not been a visit to the site since 2014, which would be a prerequisite for us to take such a decision, especially in light with the valuable information provided by the three state parties. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. Australia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Australia would also like to express our appreciation for the actions of the state's parties in addressing the difficult situation in this property and agree with the proposals for a reactive monitoring mission. We would also like to indicate our support for the clearly emerging consensus around not endanger listing this property. I would also like to join a distinguished delegate from Mali to express our sincere condolences to the families of the Eco Guards who were killed while conducting their duties to protect this important property. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Now, Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Oman also would like to extend its support to the decision, amended decision presented by South Africa with other member states. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Spain, please.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Queríamos sumarnos al consenso alcanzado porque consideramos indispensable que un bien de ese tipo se proteja y que, de acuerdo con que se mande la misión reactiva para poder analizar lo que no se ha hecho en los últimos años. Aprovechar para felicitar a los estados por dentro de sus pocas posibilidades el esfuerzo que hacen y agradecer a Noruega su solidaridad con ese tipo de proyectos y la financiación que presta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you for your comment. I see no more questions and comments. Now I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-7B.79 concerning this property. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We received an amendment proposal from the distinguished delegation of South Africa. The first 4 paragraphs, namely paragraphs 1, 2, 3, and 4, are without any modifications, Mr. Chair.
Committee members, we adopted the text paragraph by paragraph. So for 1, 2, 3, 4, approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
We have a very minor modification under paragraph 5 by removing "and".
Yes, approve? Approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 6 reads, also considers that in the light of increasing insecurity and the resulting relative absence of management presence in the 2 RLI and W components of the property in Burkina Faso, the outstanding universal value, OUV, of the property may be affected if the current security measures taken are not effective.
Do you accept? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
The original paragraphs 7 and 8 are proposed for deletion.
Do you accept the deletion? Okay, no objection, approved.
We have no modifications proposed to the original paragraphs 9, 10, 11. Can we scroll down?
Yes.
12, 13, and 14, Mr. Chair. These will be the new paragraphs.
Do you agree with these paragraphs? Yes, approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 13 will read, requests, in addition, the state party to invite, as soon as possible, a joint World Heritage Center IUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property to evaluate its current state of conservation.
Approve? Okay, approved.
Last paragraph, a minor modification by removing the date of the session. The remaining paragraph is remaining the same, Mr. Chair.
Agree? Okay, agreed. Dear colleagues, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-7B.79 adopted as amended. I'd like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property. Benin, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Mesdames et Messieurs les délégués, chers collègues, je voudrais remercier très sincèrement, au nom des 3 États partis du Burkina Faso, du Niger et du Bénin, vous exprimer toute notre gratitude à la délégation d'Afrique du Sud et aux coparrains pour avoir accepté d'introduire notre requête, ainsi qu'à tous les pays partenaires membres du Comité du patrimoine mondial pour l'adoption du moratoire que nos États partis ont souhaité quant à l'inscription à cette session du complexe Wwf Penjari sur la liste du patrimoine mondial en péril. Ce moratoire sollicité par les États partis que nous sommes et qui reconnaissent du reste le bien fondé de la question sécuritaire par rapport aux biens, tient des efforts soutenus engagés par eux, collectivement et individuellement, afin de satisfaire substantiellement aux recommandations du Centre du patrimoine mondial et de l'UINC. Je voudrais les rassurer, au nom des 3 États partis, de notre volonté de poursuivre nos efforts pour renforcer les actions et mesures de sécurité et de protection du bien engagé, avec la participation des populations locales, ainsi qu'avec la gestion professionnelle par des structures spécialisées en vue de sauvegarder la valeur universelle exceptionnelle de ce site transfrontalier. Un dialogue permanent sera par conséquent maintenu avec le Centre et l'UICN en vue d'une mission conjointe de suivi réactif pour évaluer le bien dans un délai à convenir de commun accord. Monsieur le Président, nous vous réitérons nos remerciements pour la qualité de conduite des débats dont vous faites montre depuis le début de cette session et saisissons l'occasion également pour remercier l'ensemble de nos partenaires qui ont soutenu nos amendements introduits par l'Afrique du Sud. Merci de votre bienveillante attention.
Thank you for your comment. No more requests. Now let's proceed then. I now invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of natural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List located in the Africa region, for which reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have number 80, Okavango Delta in Botswana, 81, Simia National Park in Ethiopia, 82, Lake Malawi National Park in Malawi, 83, Juj National Bird Sanctuary in Senegal, 84, Cape Floral Region Protected Areas in South Africa, 85, Rwenzori Mountains National Park in Uganda, 86, Serengeti National Park in the United Republic of Tanzania, 173, Jar Faunal Reserve in Cameroon, 174, Sanga Tree National, which is in Cameroon, Central African Republic and Congo, 175, Kenya Lake Systems in the Great Rift Valley in Kenya, 176, Isimingalizo Wetland Park in South Africa, 177, Mosi Oyatunya, Victoria Falls in Zambia and in Zimbabwe, 178, Manapools National Park, Sapi and Chivora Safari areas in Zimbabwe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on this State of Conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see now. Let's proceed then. I now invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of natural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List located in the Arab States region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have number 87, Bongdagra National Park in Mauritania, 88, Socotra Archipelago in Yemen, and 179, Sanganeb Marine National Park and Dungonab Bay in Sudan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I'd like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see now. Let's proceed then. I now invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of World Heritage located in the Asia-Pacific States region for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We have number 89, Gondwana Rainforest of Australia in Australia, 92, Keoladeo National Park in India, 93, Komodo National Park in Indonesia, 94, Lawrence National Park in Indonesia, 95, Western Tian Shan, which is in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and Uzbekistan, 96, Sagarmatha National Park in Nepal, 97, Dong Pha Yayen Cao Yai Forest Complex in Thailand, 98 Halong Bay in Vietnam, 180 Greater Blue Mountains area in Australia, 181 South China Karst Phase 2 in China, 182 Three Parallel Rivers of Yunnan Protected Area in China, 183 Wuling Yuyang Scenic Historic Interest Area in China, 184 Great Himalayan National Park Conservation Area in India, 185 Manas Wildlife Sanctuary in India, 186 Shiritoko in Japan, 187 Landscapes of Dorian, Mongolia, Russian Federation, 188 Chitwan National Park in Nepal, 189 Phong Nha Keng Bang National Park in Vietnam. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. I would now like to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about one of the properties for which we have adopted the decision without discussion. I see now. Let's proceed then. Dear colleagues, I suggest we have 5 minutes technical break. Now let's proceed then. For the next property to be discussed, I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Guy Bernet of the World Heritage Center and IUCN to present the reports on the state of conservation of the natural properties located in the Europe and North America region and opened for discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the next property is the volcanoes of Kamchatka in the Russian Federation. During the reactive monitoring mission, which took place in August 2019, the mission team was informed of the planned construction of a new large-scale tourism resort, the Tree Volcano Park, which will include a geothermal resort, ski infrastructure, a panoramic complex, tourist camps and hotels, a marine terminal for cruise ships, and a new highway to connect the marine terminal to the resort. According to the information presented to the mission, a significant part of this infrastructure will be constructed inside the South Kamchatka Nature Park and thus inside the property, including the cruise ship terminal, which is planned in Vilushkaya Bay, a pristine fjord included in the property. The World Heritage Center and IUCN consider that this development would result in a severe deterioration of the natural beauty and scenic value of a part of the property, and therefore constitute an ascertained threat to the OUV of the property if the project is allowed to proceed. The State Party also confirmed on April 15, 2021, that in June 2020, the governor of the Kamchatka region signed a resolution changing the boundaries of the South Kamchatka Nature Park under national law to exclude the areas where the development is planned, thus taking away the legal protection of part of the World Heritage Site. The removal of the legal protection of part of the World Heritage Site constitutes a clear potential danger to the property in line with paragraph 180b of the operational guidelines. It is therefore recommended that the committee inscribe the property on the list of World Heritage in danger. The World Heritage Center confirms that it received a letter from the State Party on 15th of July 2021, confirming that the proposed hydropower plant on the Zupanova River and the proposed fish channel, which would both constitute a threat to the Kronotsky component of the property, have been abandoned. On July 16th, the State Party also withdrew the proposed minor boundary modification of the property. While we welcome these developments, we note that so far the State Party did not confirm that they would reverse the changes to the boundaries of the South Kamchatka Nature Reserve, which were done by a resolution of June 2020. And therefore these areas, which were taken out of the reserve but remain today in the property without legal protection. Hence, the conditions for inscribing this property on the list of World Heritage in danger remain valid. IUCN also has some remarks to give on this site, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your presentation. IUCN, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. IUCN would first wish to thank the State Party of the Russian Federation for the dialogue that's taken place during the last days of the World Heritage Committee, and these follow the welcome news that actions have been taken on some of the threats to the property, as was just outlined by my colleague from the World Heritage Center. We note that there are a number of issues regarding the state of conservation of the property that are long-standing and have been subject to past committee requests and mission recommendations, and these require action now as noted in the draft decision, including in relation to integrated management of the property, changes in zoning that reduce protection status, the lack of formal buffer zones, and the lack of adequate measures to manage tourism. But Mr. Chair, as noted by the World Heritage Center, the most immediate issue is the proposed Three Volcanoes Park development, which could result in clear negative impacts on the outstanding universal value of the property. And the modification of the boundaries of the South Kamchatka Nature Park at the national level appears to result in the removal of legal protection of a part of the property apparently linked to the development, and thus constitutes a clear danger to the property in line with paragraph 180 of the operational guidelines. So as such, Mr. Chair, the criteria for this site to be considered for the danger list are clearly met. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Now I'd like to know whether there are any comments. Dear committee members, Once again, due to the time constraints, I kindly ask you to be brief and concise. Now, Kyrgyzstan, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We propose amendments to the draft decision on the property volcanoes of Kamchatka, Russian Federation, based on additional information by the state party that the plans for hydropower development at Kranotsky State Nature Reserve and for the fish channel construction to connect the Kranotskaya Lake and the Bering Sea have been rejected. Referring to the previous committee decisions, the state party notified that both projects were considered fundamentally unacceptable. The state party also officially informed the World Heritage Center about its wish to withdraw their minor boundary modification for the property. The withdrawal, therefore, guarantees the federal protection regime for all components of the property within the boundaries approved by the World Heritage Committee. In this regard, we propose amending paragraph 4 of the draft decision to read as follows: expresses its utmost concern about the confirmation by the state party that the boundaries of the South Kamchatka Nature Park have been modified at national level, thereby removing the legal protection of part of the property, and recalls that such removal of the legal protection of the part of the property constitutes a clear potential danger to the property in line with paragraph 180B of their operational guidelines. Amending paragraph 5 of the draft decision to read as follows: request the state party to invite a joint WHC-IUCN monitoring mission to the property. Then we propose deleting paragraph 6, replacing new paragraph, former paragraph 7 with the text. In order to save time, I will not read the text now, but we can come back to it when we go to the decision, to the draft decision. Then we also propose replacing new paragraph 7, former paragraph 8, with the following text: welcomes the information that the plans for the construction of a hydroelectric power station in the vicinity of the Kranotsky State Nature Reserve and for the construction of a fish channel in Kranotsky State Nature Reserve to connect Kranotskaya Lake with the sea have been rejected. Notes with satisfaction the confirmation by the state party that the both projects have been deemed fundamentally unacceptable. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the comment. Now, Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we understand from the IUCN report that 3 reasons have been presented for description of this site on the list of World Heritage in danger: the modification of the boundary of the South Kamchatka Nature Park, a tourist resort project to be partially constructed inside the park, and plans for the construction of a hydroelectrical station and a fish channel in the vicinity of the property. According to the information received from the state party, no resort project will be allowed inside or adjacent to the site before an environmental impact assessment is carried out, guaranteeing that there will be no impact on the OUV, and the plans for a power station and a fish channel have been rejected. There remains only the issue of the possible legal impact of the boundary modification, which must be clarified. We will therefore recommend that a reactive mission visit to the site in order to assess the situation or report back to the committee before any decision with more far-reaching consequences can be considered. We therefore support strongly the amendment presented by Kyrgyzstan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Hungary, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be as brief as possible. Hungary supports the amendment submitted by Kyrgyzstan not to add the property to the World Heritage List in danger, as the two major and long-standing issues raised by the 2019 Reactive Monitoring Mission report, the construction of the hydroelectric power station and the fish channel between the Kronotskoye Lake and the sea, will not be implemented. Regarding the three volcano park, which is a potential threat to the property, Hungary suggests the committee gives more time to the state party and let it conduct the necessary legal procedures to assess the impacts of the planned tourism development project on the OUV of the property. We also have a question to the state party in relation to another conservation issue. This is mining. We would like to ask the state party to provide the committee an update in relation to the planned mining activities within and outside the property. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Ethiopia, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. We support the amendments submitted by Kyrgyzstan and want to be as well considered as co-authors of this amendment. We do not accept the putting of the site under the endangered list. As was stated, the three regions invoked are no longer there, whether it is the hydro power development or the fish channel, the issue of the tourism development is subject to impact assessment, as was said, and towards this end, the monitoring reactive mission would be the most appropriate course of action at this stage. We like to commend the Russian Federation for their ability to manage and strike a balance between development, tourism development, and of course, heritage protection. And we thank them for the initiatives they have taken to serve this very important.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Australia, please, you have the floor.
Australia notes that the matter about the proposed construction of the hydroelectric power station and the fish channel seems to have been resolved. We were advised by the state party that construction on the three volcano park would not commence until the impact of the proposed project on the OUV of the property is assessed as part of an environmental impact assessment in line with IUCN's World Heritage Advice note on environmental assessment. We suggest that these differences in opinion about the status of the three volcano park should be resolved through a World Heritage Centre IUCN reactive monitoring mission.
Thank you for your comment. Thailand, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thailand would like to share the views expressed by previous speakers. We welcome the efforts of the Russian Federation to preserve and protect the OUV of the World Heritage Site of the volcanoes of Kamchatka and its commitment to implement the decisions of the committee to improve the management of the property in a holistic manner. We also noted that the State Party of Russia has informed the World Heritage Center of its plan to withdraw any plan for minor boundary modification of the World Heritage property. We view that this action reaffirms the federal protection regime for components of the property within the boundaries approved by World Heritage Committee. We encourage the State Party of Russia to continue working closely with the advisory body and the reactive monitoring mission on the environmental impact assessment for proposed construction of any large-scale projects in the vicinity to the World Heritage Site. Thailand therefore supports the proposed amendments of the draft decision proposed by the Kyrgyz Republic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. China, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear committee members, China would like to second the amendments as a co-author regarding the property volcanoes of Kamchatka, the Russian Federation. We have received additional information on the measures the state party has taken to comply with the decisions of the committee. The state party's efforts to preserve the volcanoes of Kamchatka World Heritage Property should be commended. We are also informed of the significant changes in Russia's environment and legislation. We welcome the state party's willingness and readiness to continue dialogue and constructive work with WHC and IUCN on the conservation of the unique natural areas. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Egypt, please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We'd like to support the amendments presented by Kyrgyzstan to the draft decision related to the property volcanoes of Kamchatka, and we would like to join the list of co-sponsors. The efforts of the Russian Federation to preserve the status of this site should be acknowledged, as well as the valuable information it has provided regarding the proposed constructions. We welcome the ongoing dialogue between the Russian Federation, the World Heritage Center, and the IUCN on this site, and we support the amendments which ask for a reactive monitoring mission to be invited to visit the site before taking any decision on its inscription on the endangered list. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your comment. South Africa, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairperson. South Africa is in support of the draft amendment by Kyrgyz Republic and supported by many delegations that spoke before us. We would like to thank the State Party of the Russian Federation for the submission of information on the boundaries of all components of the World Heritage Center and commends the State Party for expanding its anti-poaching activities within the property and continue with the monitoring and research activities of key species. South Africa further welcomes the information that an agreement to address potential threats of fish poaching has been reached between all the interested parties, and there are no mining activities inside the boundaries of the property. We welcome the confirmation by the State Party that the plans to construct a hydroelectric power station in the vicinity of the property and a fish channel to connect Konoskoye Lake with the sea have been abandoned. We also support the proposal that the State Party should invite a joint World Heritage Center, IUCN Reactive monitoring mission to the property. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Oman, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Due to the explanation given by Kyrgyzstan and other supportive intervention, Oman supports the draft amended decision and requests that the site not to be listed at the World List in danger, and therefore also would like to join the co-sponsoring. I thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Nigeria, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Nigeria recognizes the efforts of the Russian Federation on the measures taken on the volcanoes of Kamchatka, and we also want to support the draft submitted by Kyrgyzstan, and we want to also support the proposal for the Reaction Monitoring Committee to go and visit the World Heritage Site. So Nigeria supports the draft decision. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you for the comment. Saudi Arabia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very brief. We join the voices of the esteemed committee members in supporting the proposed amendment by Kyrgyzstan. We believe that the State Party has taken necessary steps to overcome the challenges to preserve the site, and we welcome the dialogue between the Russian Federation, advisory bodies, and the World Heritage Center. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your comment. Now, Australia, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and please, and thank you sincerely for allowing us to take the floor for a second time. I would just like to follow on from my distinguished colleague from Australia and just to clarify for the committee that following a constructive dialogue with the State Party, we now consider that in danger listing inscriptions should not occur at this meeting And we should provide the state party with the opportunity, as my colleague has indicated, to have a joint IUCN World Heritage Centre monitoring mission to understand the situation firsthand. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Norway, please.
Thank you, Chair, for giving Norway the floor. We commend Russia for rejecting the plans for the fish channel and the hydropower station, and for withdrawing this minor boundary modification. But still, there are some concern considering this lack of legal protection. And we consider this as a potential threat to the property, and that para 180 of the operational guidelines is fulfilled. But, however, we can join the fellow committee members in order to reach consensus, provided that no building and construction projects that could compromise the outstanding universal value of the property volcanoes of Kamchatka are given permit. But we have a slight comment to para 6 when we go there on the draft amendment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your comment. So I see no more questions in the comments. Now I invite you to adopt the draft decision 44-7B.109 concerning this property. But before doing so, I'd like to ask the rapporteur to present the amendments and the draft decision that she has received. Mr. Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We received an amendment proposal from Kyrgyzstan, Thailand, and China. The proposed amendment doesn't suggest any modifications in the paragraphs 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, dear committee members, we approve the text paragraph by paragraph. So for paragraph 1, 2, 3, approve? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
In paragraph 4, the amendment proposes removal of the sentence starting with "and therefore a case for inscription of the property on the list of World Heritage in danger."
Do you accept? Ethiopia, please.
Thank you, Chair. No, we just want to clarify to the Secretary that we want to be added as co-authors of these amendments. So please add Ethiopia. Thank you.
Okay. So any objection? No, approved. Go ahead.
Paragraph 5 reads, requests the state party to invite a joint World Heritage Center IUCN reactive monitoring mission to the property.
Agree? Agreed. Approved. Go ahead.
Original paragraph 6 of the draft decision is proposed for deletion.
Do you accept the deletion? Okay, no objection. Approved. Go ahead.
New paragraph 6 reads, also expresses its serious concern about the proposed tourism resort project, Tree Volcano Park, which is planned to be partially constructed inside the South Kamchatka Nature Park component of the property, and requests the state party not to permit any construction of such kind and scale, neither inside the property nor immediately adjacent to the property, if such construction could have negative impact on the property's OUV, which should be assessed as part of an environmental impact assessment, EIA, for each proposed project, in line with IUCN's World Heritage Advice Note, Environmental Assessment.
Do you accept? Now, please.
Actually, we have a small suggestion for this proposal for this new para 6, and it's concerning the last part of it. In order for the decision to be consistent, we suggest to use the same wording in para 6 as used in paragraph 9D of this decision. So if I could read the last part, if you keep the first part and then requests the state party not to permit any construction of such kind, and then and to ensure that all projects planned in or near the property are subject to rigorous HIA and fully assess the potential impact. And then you use the same wording as in paragraph 9D.
Okay.
If the Secretariat could help me, if you just copy the
If I may, distinguished delegate of Norway, could you clarify which part of the paragraph should be deleted in this case after this addition? And perhaps if you could read out one more time so that we can make sure everything is noted well.
Yes, I think it's in this para 9D, we have lost the end because we have in 9D we have in line with the IUCN World Heritage Advice Note on Environment Assessments, and submit this to the World Heritage Center for review by IUCN before a decision is taken, which is difficult to reverse.
Could the delegation of Norway confirm this is what was meant with the amendment?
The last deletion, maybe should I read the whole paragraph? Then it reads from top of the blue text. Request the state party not to permit any construction of such kind and scale, and further to ensure that all projects planned in or near the property are subject to rigorous environment impact assessment and fully assess the potential impacts in relation to OUV in line with the IUCN World Heritage Advice Note on environmental assessments, and submit this to the World Heritage Center for reviewing by IUCN before a decision is taken, which is difficult to reverse. Thank you.
Okay, may I ask, after this "and to ensure," could you very slowly read it, please?
That all projects planned in or near the property are subject to rigorous environment impact assessment and fully assess the potential impacts in relation to the OUV.
Just a second, please. Okay. We are just copying the text.
I think at the meantime, I'll give the floor to Kyrgyzstan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mainly, we agree with this amendment to our amendment. Just one small question. What is the difference? Do we have rigorous and not rigorous EIAs? So, do we need this word rigorous? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So, Norway, can we cross out this word?
It was to have this consistency within this decision wording.
Brazil, please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before we can take a decision on this paragraph, on this amendment, can our colleague from Norway let us know if bringing to this para, this small a or small b letter that we had in 9 means that we are going to repeat it down? Are we going to have the same text twice in the same resolution? Or we are going to delete one of them?
Norway, please.
I'd like to have it, keep it both bases because it's different issues.
Now, Ethiopia, please.
We don't see, Chair, the logic of keeping the same thing in 2 parts of the decision. Either we keep it here or we keep it in the other part of the decision, as was mentioned by my colleague from Brazil. But we will find it difficult to accept it in both places. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Norway?
We can go back to the original amendment text on para 6. It's okay.
Okay, so we yeah, you could adopt the reasonable. Okay. Okay, so any other comments for this paragraph? No more? Okay, approved. Mr. Rapporteur, go ahead.
New paragraph 7 reads, welcomes the information that the plans for the construction of a hydroelectric power station in the vicinity of the Kronotsky State Nature Reserve, KSNR, and for the construction of a fish channel in KSNR to connect Kronotskoye Lake with the sea have been rejected, and notes with satisfaction the confirmation by the state party that both projects have been deemed fundamentally unacceptable.
Do you accept this paragraph, the revision? Okay, approved. Go ahead.
In new paragraph 8, we just have a consistency adjustment, adding also. Rest of the paragraph is as original in the draft decision, Mr. Chair. So is paragraph 9,
yeah. Yes,
10,
paragraph.
and 11. Can we just scroll down?
Yeah.
Just word changing, but everything else is in the original draft decision, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, approve? Okay, approved. Dear colleagues, now we have went through all the text. If there are no other comments, I now declare the draft decision 44-7B.109 adopted as amended. I'd like now to ask whether any observer delegation would like to express themselves about this property.
Russia, please.
Russia, please.
Mute.
Yeah, mute the microphone.
I'm sorry. Mr. Chairman, dear colleagues, we would like to thank the committee members for their support and their trust in our commitments to preserve the outstanding universal value of the property volcanoes of Kamchatka. As it was previously said, we are ready to continue efficient dialogue and cooperation with the advisory body and the World Heritage Center, which was rather fluent before the pandemic, but over the last year and a half, this flow of dialogue was interrupted and resumed only some months ago on the eve of this session. We hope the reactive monitoring mission could visit the property very soon and to present clear and objective overview of the current situation, taking into account also the environmental assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Now, International Indigenous Peoples Forum on World Heritage. You have the floor for 1 minute intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The IIFP, the Indigenous Peoples Forum, reads this statement on behalf of the All-Russian Aboriginal Forum Network to convey their deep concern in connection with the situation with the World Heritage Property, volcanoes of Kamchatka. More than 15,000 hectares was excluded from the Southern Kamchatka National Park, and which is part of the World Heritage property, to accommodate the large-scale commercial resort Three Volcano Park by Russian authorities and the private sector. This approach not only violates procedures, but also contradicts the basic principles of UNESCO and the World Heritage Convention. Indigenous peoples' experience and opinions were not taken into account when making this decision. One of the objectives of the World Heritage Site is to maintain and preserve the traditional way of life for the Indigenous peoples of Kamchatka. The removal of the protected status by a part of the natural park territory.
I'm sorry to interrupt you due to the time constraints. Now,
just wanted to say that while we accept the World Heritage decision, we supported the IUCN and World Heritage Committee's proposal to move the volcanoes of Kamchatka site to the list of World Heritage in danger. Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Okay. I will give no more floors to observers due to the time constraints. Now, I invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of the natural properties inscribed on the World Heritage List located in the Europe and North America region, for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have 99 ancient primeval beech forests of the Carpathians and other regions of Europe, Albania, Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Croatia, Germany, Italy, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Spain, Ukraine. Number 100, Białowieża Forest, Belarus, Poland. 101, Pirin National Park, Bulgaria. 102, Großmoor National Park, Canada. 103, Plitvice National Lakes National Park, Croatia. 104, Durmitor National Park, Montenegro. 105, Central Sikota Alin, Russian Federation. 106, Golden Mountains of Altai, Russian Federation. 107, Lake Baikal, Russian Federation. 108, Virgin Komi Forest, Russian Federation. 190, Wood Buffalo National Park, Canada. 191, Doñana National Park, Spain. 192, Gough and Inaccessible Islands, United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, if there's no objection from the committee on this state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. Okay, okay. Now I invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of the natural properties for which the reports are proposed for adoption without discussion. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. 111, Iguazu National Park, Argentina. 112, Iguazu National Park, Brazil. 113, Galapagos Islands, Ecuador. 114, El Pinacate and Gran Desierto de Alta Biosphere Reserve, Mexico. 115, Coiba National Park and its special zone of marine protection, Panama. 116, Piton Management Area, St. Lucia. 193, Belize Barrier Reef Reserve System, Belize. 194, Cerrado Protected Areas, Chapada dos Veadores and Emas National Park, Brazil. 195, Pantanal Conservation Area, Brazil. 196, Area de Conservación Guanacaste, Costa Rica. 197, Talamanca Range, La Amistad Reserves, La Amistad National Park, Costa Rica, Panama. 198, Monarch Butterfly Biosphere Reserves, Mexico. 199, Canaima National Park, Venezuela, Bolivian Republic of. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee on the state of conservation report, I declare the decisions read out adopted. Before we conclude agenda item 7B, we still have to adopt the omnibus decision regarding the state of conservation of properties for which all issues have been successfully addressed by the state parties and which don't require any discussion by the committee. I invite Dr. Rossler to read the list of the properties which from the omnibus this year. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's the Great Wall of China, Como National Park in Côte d'Ivoire, and Thai National Park in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. If there's no objection from the committee, I declare the decision 44-7B.20 200, adopted. Dear observers, your request for floor has been taken note of. I will give you the floor on afterwards occasion. Dear colleagues, with a heavy agenda, we are approaching the end of today's meeting. I'd like to suggest that we stop here and commend you all for your efficiency and the spirit of consensus. We will resume with Western Caucasus tomorrow at 11:30 Paris time. And for Bureau members, we will meet at 11 a.m. Before I conclude meeting today, I give the floor to the Secretariat to see if there are any general announcement to make.
Not from my side, Mr. Chair, but just that the drafting groups let us know where they stand. So maybe in Paris they have something to add. No further information. They're all shaking their heads, so there's no further information to be shared.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, thank you. Thank you all. Have a good rest. See you tomorrow.